Good afternoon, early evening, everyone. Welcome to the February.
Buenas tardes, bienvenidos a todos.
Hang on 1 second. We need to get the translation figured out. Okay, I think we're ready to go now. Good evening to everyone. Welcome to the February 26th, 2025 regularly scheduled meeting of the West Contra Costa Unified School District School Board. The meeting is called to order at 5:16 p.m. To access translation in Zoom, please click on the globe icon at the bottom of the screen. If you are here in Dijon, you may pick up a headset in the back of the room. The board is about to go into closed session, but before we do, we are here to listen to public comment on closed session items. Individuals wishing to speak on the closed session item. We good? Okay, if you're here in the auditorium and you haven't done so yet, please submit a WCC USD public comment card, which you can find on the entryway table. Or if you are participating via Zoom, individuals need to raise their hand in the Zoom app. If you are accessing the meeting by phone, press *9. The time allotted to each speaker is 2 minutes. The total time allotted is 1 hour. Speaking time shall not be transferred from one person to another. There is also no substitution of speakers. We alternate between a Zoom comment and an in-person comment. The public comment period is a safe space where diverse viewpoints may be expressed civilly without interruption or intimidation. Please listen attentively to each speaker's comment and respect their time as if it were your own. Please be open to a different point of view if one is offered. Due to the Brown Act, board members cannot discuss items that are not on the agenda and do not usually respond to items presented in public comment. The items listed on the closed session agenda tonight are conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, conference with labor negotiators, public employee discipline, dismissal, release complaint, public employee appointment. Is there any public comment on these items?
We have no public comment.
Thank you to all. Okay, thank you. We are now adjourning to closed session and we will return at 6:30. Thank you. Okay, we are good. Good evening to everyone. Welcome to the open session of the regularly scheduled February 26, 2025 meeting of the West Contra Costa Unified School District School Board. The board is returning from closed session and I am calling open session to order at 6:47 p.m. To access translation in Zoom, please click on the globe icon at the bottom of the screen. If you are here in the auditorium and need translation, you may pick a headset in the back of the corner of the auditorium. In a few minutes, we're going to begin with the public comment agenda item. Members of the public are invited to speak to the board on any matter that is not otherwise on the agenda, but is within the subject matter jurisdiction of the West Contra Costa Unified School District. Please prepare now for public comment. And if you are here in the auditorium and you'd like to make public comment, please fill out and submit a WCC USD public comment card. You can find them on the table in the entryway. And if you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand in Zoom app prior to the beginning of this item on the agenda. If you're participating by phone, press star 9. After your comment card has been turned in, the cards are placed in order received, and we call on speakers one at a time, alternating between a public comment here in Dijon and one on Zoom. Public comment generally lasts for 1 hour. The time allotted to each speaker is 2 minutes. In the meantime, we are going to move on with the rest of our opening procedures. We are now on B2, Pledge of Allegiance. If you are willing or able, please rise. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. B3, Land, Labor, and Body Acknowledgement. We recognize that we are presently on the lands of the Chochenyo, Oikma, Arkin, Ohlone peoples and acknowledge them as the first inhabitants of the land we currently occupy. Land, labor, and body recognition and acknowledgement. I acknowledge that the burden of environmental exploitation and systemic injustice falls upon the labor of Black and brown bodies in the building of this country and its institutions. I remember that Black and brown people were born and died working this land against their will for generations. I also acknowledge the continued contribution of the labor of survivors over the centuries to today of all immigrant labor, including voluntary, involuntary, trafficked, forced, and undocumented peoples in the building of what we refer to as the United States. Author, Dr. Rochelle Rogers-Ard. B4, West Contra Costa Unified School District Board Anti-Racism Statement. The West Contra Costa School District Board of Education is committed to the work of anti-racism, the conscious and active effort to identify, challenge, and correct racial inequities in the systems and institutions within our schools and community. Racism, explicit or implicit, stands in direct conflict of the fundamental principles of WCC USD education. To carry WCC education into the future, we recognize that we must continually renew and reflect on the roots of racism and develop new ideas to meet the times. Unjust ideas and policies and the racial inequity they produce have shaped us, our schools, and our society. We strive to uncover unconscious biases and practice of anti-racism as individuals and as board members. We challenge ourselves to persist through the discomfort necessary for growth and learning, to deepen our listening and our examination of racism and oppression, and to develop a strong understanding of how our personal experiences and feelings fit into a larger picture of continual oppression. Each member of our school board individually and collectively is responsible for creating and nurturing an anti-racist learning environment where each student, staff, and community partner is a respected and valued member of the WCC USD community. We are uniquely positioned, and it is our responsibility to identify and dismantle racist ideas and inequitable policies in ourselves and across the district. Therefore, we commit to supporting anti-racist policies, programs, and practices for our children's education and well-being while building strong and inclusive school communities. We commit to holding each board member accountable towards these goals and moving the work of anti-racism forward. We also commit to holding West Contra Costa Unified School District staff, students, and community to living these standards of anti-racism in our schools. Board approved, March 20th. B5, roll call. Dr. Moses, would you please take roll?
Thank you. Trustee Jamila Smith Folds is absent. Trustee Gonzalez Hoy,
Good evening, President.
trustee Cynthia Hernandez,
Good evening, President.
President Leslie Reckler,
Good evening, I'm present.
clerk Guadalupe Ñana,
Good evening, President.
student trustee Jorge Espinosa Jr.,
Good evening, President.
and student trustee Nikki Barron.
Good evening, President.
That completes the roll call.
Thank you. B7, student performance. Tonight, I believe we are going to be listening to, I'm sorry, ratification of closed session. Dr. Moses, is there a report out from closed session?
Yes, thank you. During closed session, agenda item A.2.3, resolution 2425-55. In closed session, the board took action to issue notices of release and non-reelection to 5 certificated administrators and 8 teachers pursuant to Education Code Section 44929.21, effective at the end of the 24-25 school year, and directed the superintendent or designee to send out appropriate legal notices. The roll call vote was as followed. Moved by Gonzalez Hoy, seconded by trustee Hernandez. Enyana, yes. Gonzalez Hoy, yes. Hernandez, yes. Reckler, yes. Smith Folds, absent. Also, for resolution 2425-59, in closed session, the governing board took action to issue a notice releasing and reassigning the following certificated staff in the following positions: Coordinator of Positive Behavior Interventions and Support, Director of Research and Reporting, K-12 Executive Director Elementary, K-12 Instructional Specialist Senior High, Vice Principal Elementary, Assistant Principal Transition, and Vice Principal K-12 Instructional Specialist Elementary. Pursuant to Education Code Section 44951, effective at the end of the 24-25 school year, and directed the superintendent or designee to send out appropriate legal notices. Moved by trustee Gonzalez Hoy, seconded by clerk Ñana, and Ñana, yes. Gonzalez Hoy, yes. Trustee Hernandez, yes. President Reckler, yes. Trustee Smith Folds, absent. That concludes the report out.
Great, thank you so much. And now we're on to student performances, and I believe we have some of Betty's Bears here tonight.
Yes, good evening, President Reckler, Clerk Ñana, members of the board and members of the community. Today, we're incredibly excited to have Betty Reed Soskin Middle School here, and I'm going to welcome Principal Jay Irvin to introduce the students.
Got it. There we go. Good evening, President Reckler, Board Trustees, Superintendent Dr. Moses, and Cabinet. Thank you so much for having us here tonight to perform for you. My name is Jay Irvin, and I am the proud principal of Betty Reed Soskin Middle School. Before I introduce our amazing music teacher to you, I'd like to give a shout out to our community school director, Miss Kenitra Mitchell. She organized wonderful events this month for our Black History Month activities. And we still have 2 more left if you'd like to come over to Soskin this week. Tomorrow night, we have a Black Family Game Night at 5 p.m. And on Friday, we're having our first annual Soskin Family Cookout at lunchtime, 11 a.m. So please feel free to come over. Now, the stars of the show. I'd like to introduce our fabulous music teacher, Miss Claire Helmberger.
Okay.
Try it again. There we go. Okay. Hi, everybody. My name is Claire Hellenberger. I am the music teacher at Betty Reed Soskin Middle School, and this is our advanced band. Thank you so much to the school board for having us. We are honored to be here performing Lift Every Voice and Sing, also known as the Black National Anthem, in celebration of Black History Month. We hope that you enjoy our performance. And we also hope that as you listen, you reflect on the importance of music and the arts for our students and for society as a whole. We hope to remind you that if you want performing arts programs, you need to invest in them. The proposed cuts for next year will gut our music and arts programs district-wide. If these cuts go forward, this program and others like it, the programs whose performances you take so much pride in will vanish, and every student in the district will be the worse for it. Our school's FTE allowance for next year allows for very minimal electives. If these cuts go forward, this program will not exist next year. That is what you are voting for tonight. I hope that you keep that in mind. Please enjoy Lift Every Voice and Sing.
Okay, we're going to start public comments in just a minute, but I need a Zoom check, an audio Zoom check. We're hearing that there is not sound on Zoom. Can someone in the tech world help me with that? Can we hear on Zoom? Okay, I'm getting the thumbs up that we can hear on Zoom. Okay, thank you very much, everyone. Okay, B8, we're going to move on to public comment now. Okay, B8, public comment. Members of the public are invited to speak to the board on any matter that is not otherwise on the agenda, but is within the subject matter jurisdiction of the West Contra Costa Unified School District. Public comment will last approximately 1 hour, so that would be at 8:05 ending. The time allotted to each speaker is 2 minutes. Should additional speakers remain beyond the first hour, generally, public comment may be extended. The time allotted after the first hour is generally 1 minute. Individuals wishing to speak, please submit a WCC USD public comment card, or if participating via Zoom, individuals will need to raise their hand in the Zoom app prior to the beginning of the item on the agenda. If you are calling in by phone, press *9. Speaking time shall not be transferred from one person to another. There is no substitution of speakers. Speakers can also make public comment again for each discussion and action item on the agenda and after staff presentations. The public will have 10 minutes per item and 1 minute per speaker. The same protocols recited above apply. The public comment period is a safe space where diverse viewpoints may be expressed civilly without interruption or intimidation. Please listen attentively to each speaker's comment and respect their time at the podium as if it was your own. Be open to a different point of view if one is presented. Due to the Brown Act, board members cannot discuss items that are not on the agenda and do not usually respond to the items presented in public comment. Is there any public comment?
Our first public comment is Michelle Jackson.
Thank you, and to our Board of Trustees and to our interim superintendent, Dr. Moss, and this array of administrators sitting to my right, and of the community of the West Contra Costa Unified School District. It is indeed a pleasure to come before you tonight to simply say thank you. I want to thank the administrators and the board for unanimously voting to rebuild Stige Elementary School. It brings joy to our hearts that we are able to work as partners with the school district to make our vision a reality. Again, my name is Michelle Jackson. For the record, I am the chair of the Education Committee for the El Cerrito branch of the NAACP and a member of St. Peter Christian Methodist Episcopal Church that worked so hard to get this done. The only African-American church in the city of El Cerrito. We stand ready with the staff, with Melissa and all of the staff, to work as partners to make sure that the community's voice is heard. We are pleased with the progress. And when we pass by Stige now, we know that it's boarded, it's got a little graffiti on it, but that's temporary. So we are so happy to be able to build a new school in this day and age, when there's so much that we've learned, so much that we can do to make sure that the students, the teachers, and staff at Stige Elementary School will experience the best learning environment ever. So thank you so much again, and I'm just so pleased on behalf of our entire East Shore community. Thanks.
Our next public comment is Cristina Huerta. Please unmute yourself.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. My name is Cristina Huerta and I teach Spanish at Kennedy High School. And I honestly cannot believe that after the cuts that the board approved a few weeks ago, we're here again. How can WCCUSD leadership not see that proposing to cut over 70 certificated positions and over 80 classified positions is going to hurt students? Maybe we all need a little reminder that we are in education because we want to work with students and we want to help them achieve their goals. They cannot do that if their schools are not fully staffed and they don't have access to the services that they need. At Kennedy, we do what we can with the staff that we have, but from the time that I started at Kennedy 12 years ago, we lost an art position, a French position, a Spanish position, a science position, an English position. Last year, we lost our scout position. And losing staff year after year hurts our families. It hurts our students. It hurts our community. What is it going to take for WCCUSD to understand that we need fully staffed schools in order to provide our students the best learning experience? Because they deserve the best, and we are failing them as a district time and time again. The board needs to do the right thing tonight and vote to reject these cuts. And I invite the board to come to Kennedy and check out the amazing programs that we need to keep intact for our students to be successful. Come by and check out our welding, our art, our music programs. Find out about the great academies that we offer for our very diverse student population and their interests. I invite all board members to come, but especially Guadalupe and Yana, who serves Area 2. Kennedy and all other WCCUSD sites cannot afford any more cuts. I urge the board to do the right thing, vote no on the cuts, and push for fiscal transparency. WCCUSD needs to justify every dollar before they continue attacking schools and trying to cut positions. Thank you.
Our next public comment is Don Gosney.
Good evening. I had the opportunity last night to be at the Richmond City Council meeting where a couple of the council members invited their political partners to make a presentation to the council to seek assistance with their contract negotiations with this school district. This was a novel idea. Most elected bodies refrain from stepping into the arena controlled by another elected body. It's often seen as bad form. Nonetheless, our friends and allies with UTR et al. Had a 1 hour and 14-minute presentation complete with public comments, followed by questions and comments from the council members. While this technique is usually frowned upon, the one thing it did was allow one party to these negotiations to actually speak without staring into a countdown clock. They were allowed the time to actually make presentations without being rushed. And then there was an opportunity for an actual discussion. This is one area where this board might want to rethink how they conduct business. Everything is so stiff and structured and nobody can have an actual discussion. We see this with the joint meetings between the board and the CBOC, where even though we're sitting at the same table, we're not allowed to actually speak with each other. A few years back, when I was CBOC chair, I was actually silenced by the board president for failing to follow his rules. It didn't sit well then, and it doesn't sit well now. I've sat on a gazillion contract negotiations and have found when there's an open lines of communication, we were always able to find common ground. What we have is a three-legged stool with the district, the employees, their clients, and the 268,000 people of West Contra Costa County. They each represent one leg of that stool. What we have is a symbiotic relationship with each other, and even when one leg of that stool gets a little wobbly, the stool doesn't work well and usually collapses with all three legs crumbling. Is that your goal? Total collapse? How about you quit these games and learn how to talk with each other to find a solution to our problem? And quit these political games. It makes you look bad. As in my own union, we're fond of the slogan, united we stand, divided we fall. Later tonight, we'll have last night's YouTube link and the transcript available for distribution. It makes for some interesting but exasperating viewing, but it's worth the watch. By the way,
Our next public comment is Maisha Harris Gash. Please unmute yourself.
Good evening. So I'm gonna I'm Maisha Harris Gash. I work at Kennedy High School. I'm gonna piggyback on my coworker, Ms. Huerta. about our area trustee coming to Kennedy. My kids are used to their trustee coming and speaking with them because they are the constituents. How do you know how a school works, function, is dysfunction if you don't, come to where the children are? So I also welcome our area two trustee, to come to Kennedy High School and speak with our students. Ms. Gash is in portable number 27. Also, this is just exhausting. I've been in the district for almost 20 years. We paid off the debt early. But it's just like it's exhausting to go through this again. So I just want to say it's just exhausting. I also want to give a shout out to my kids. We're back after the break. We're in quarter 3 for my babies who were freshmen when we came out of COVID. They're seniors now. And so I'm just taking in every moment that I have with them because they were these baby face kids. And now, hair on their face, voices deep, young ladies are just looking more mature. And so, I mean, y'all know I'm 10 toes down for my kids. And so with all that being said, I know there are tough times. Please keep the students first, and please validate us educators who are boots on the ground in the trenches each and every day with our kids. So everybody have a wonderfully blessed night, and until next time.
Our next public comment is Sky Nelson.
Press little face.
That's good. Yes. Okay. Thank you. My name is Sky Nelson. For the record, I agree with the previous speaker that communication could be better back and forth. And that's really your job as a district office. I was at many of the meetings for the superintendent listening sessions, and a lot of feedback from parents and community was like, we hear from you, but you don't really hear from us. And when we do give you feedback, we don't see the results. So back and forth is important. I'm a teacher and a parent in the district for the last 2 years at El Cerrito High School. I came because my family got an exchange student from Germany, a junior, and she enrolled in El Cerrito High School. And we had a great experience. She loved it. So my daughter was in 8th grade at the time and enrolled in El Cerrito the next year. And we've been very, very happy. There was no physics teacher, and that's my job professionally, so I stepped in. And I stepped in for a teacher that was a long-term sub, doing worksheets every day. They didn't have the expertise. They did a great job, very qualified to teach kids, but not physics. I got to come in. I took over doing labs every other day. 2-3 times a week, we do labs, hands-on stuff for basically no budget. Because the Exploratorium, just down the street, has resources for us, and we can build machines out of paper towel rolls and tinfoil and batteries. So we can do a lot with very little. I think the students love the class. I can't do that with the half block. We need the long blocks. And not everyone agrees with the long blocks at my school, but we need self-determination to make that happen. We need to decide for ourselves how we operate. Jack Huey, by the way, is my student that came to my classroom and said, I want to do the science fair. I said, okay. He won first place countywide. So thanks, Jack Huey and John Iwawaki for doing that. We need the schedules to be self-determined by us, and thank you very much.
Our next public comment is Araceli Ochoa. Please unmute yourself. Please unmute yourself. Next public comment is David Billio. Please unmute yourself.
I wanted to say thank you to the board members who have taken and will take difficult votes to maintain local control by voting for the unfortunate reductions required to meet the fiscal solvency plan. The only way we can protect all of our kids, and especially our most vulnerable ones, is to maintain local control. If the state takes over, they will take an absolute hatchet and slash jobs and close schools, and they will do a definite lasting damage to our district. We cannot let this happen. I also wanted to address the two board members who have been on the budget committee for the last year and who were involved in a deep dive into the budget and also had a hand in deciding which programs and personnel are going to be cut in these recent votes. This was important work, and for the sake of transparency, the community deserves to hear directly from you both a clear confirmation of the fiscal reality of the district and a clear explanation for how it was determined where cuts were going to be directed. It is an abdication of your responsibility to be deeply involved in this work, but to then abstain or not be present when it comes time to vote, and to not stand behind the work that you did publicly. Having listened to virtually every budget committee meeting and poured over a lot of the materials myself, it is highly disappointing to hear highly inaccurate numbers regarding the budget being put into the public sphere after they have been repeatedly debunked in committee meetings. The sad reality is that we do not get enough money from the state to maintain the 6% increase in staffing over the last 5 years, since over that same time span, we've had a 10% drop in enrollment and a significant drop in attendance. It's important that we direct our passion and anger at the right source, which is the chronic underfunding from the state of California, and also the outsized impact of the public charters on districts like ours. I hope the board can pursue plans directed towards increasing revenue via either attendance or enrollment increases in the future to limit future cuts as much as possible. Thanks.
Next public comment is Promise Rose.
Hello, this is Promise Rose from Betty Reed Soskin Middle School. I want to first say thank you to Ms. Mosley for coming to the District Science Fair Award Ceremony that really did show a presence of people paying attention to our students. Next, I'd like to ask you to think about the budget as you move forward. This year, we lost our very important and only scout, who was our translator for many of the students and to teachers to make better communications and connections. Without her, much of the heart of our school that connects us to our Latinx community is gutted. We have a sad separation of that. And now looking at what has been sent out with 93 positions or 93 FTE being taken, possibly taken, what I am seeing with extrapolation is the fact that you are going to be gutting either several K-8s or all the electives. You have just seen a phenomenal performance of electives. And I would like you to really think about, at this age, they need their art, they need their science, they need, Spanish, their Mandarin, their, all of these, music, to be expressive, because we are pushing them into a position of being strict learners. They need their outlets. I also would like you to think about, if you do take these away, we have positions such that are being subbed for the entire year, and those students beg me to tutor them because they have no clue what's going on. That is unfair to them as your constituents. Thank you.
Our next public comment is Clara Ackerman. Please unmute yourself.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right, thank you. I want to agree with everyone who has spoken out against the cuts from ethical points of view, but I also want to pose the question, how could it possibly be the case that just 2 weeks after drastic cuts were proposed, we suddenly need to cut around 50 more positions plus a number of classified positions? What is the explanation for that? And why is no one heard any explanation before it was suddenly dumped on us yesterday? I also want to know who exactly is being cut? Kim Moses has sent multiple emails to all parents in the district telling us that, that no one is going to lose their job. Does that mean vacant positions will be cut? That doesn't make sense because the district doesn't need to approve cuts to get rid of vacant positions. Is it that contractors will be cut? That means that those kids, for example, I am a speech therapist for the district, those kids will be distributed among other speech therapists. Workloads will increase, not necessarily with any pay, That is not something that, kids are already not getting their speech services appropriately. Either they're being given in a manner that's not appropriate because there are too many kids in a group, or they're literally on a wait list and not getting services. Or services are being missed in order to hold IEP meetings or complete paperwork due to the high caseloads. Similar things I'm sure are happening for teachers and psychologists with burdened workload and inappropriate or non-existent services. This is not acceptable, and it's not even legal. IDEA is a federally mandated law that requires students to get these services. So what is your plan to make sure that students get their services? Also, to the point about we don't want to have a state takeover. Yes, we do need to urge the state for more revenue, absolutely. But it's not an either or. We can both use funds that exist, such as Fund 17, to pay for services. Also, restricted funding can not fund everything, but it can fund a number of things in special education. And we can also demand more money from the state and demand a stable funding source instead of ADA being the basis of our funding source. That not only is unstable, it also results in them begging kids to come to school sick, even with COVID and many other dangerous respiratory viruses running around. Thank you.
Our next public comment is Jesse Bonilla.
Good evening. Is it working? I'm here to, on behalf of the residents of Burke Avenue, across the street from John F. Kennedy High School, where there are 13 portable buildings, each with their own HVAC units that face the residents. We're requesting that this equipment be off during non-school days, especially weekends and holidays. Right now, as I speak, there is one unit in the middle that has malfunctioned and has been on 24 hours continuously for the last 7 days, and at nights can be heard within our homes. Thank you.
Next public comment is Christina Counts. Please unmute yourself.
Good evening. My name is Christina Kuntz. I am a proud graduate of El Cerrito High School, and I'm currently a teacher at Betty Reed Soskin Middle School, where I teach college and career and fabrication and engineering. And I'm also a parent, and I have a child enrolled in our schools. I've dedicated my adult life to enriching this community, working in various roles across the district, and partnering with nonprofits to continue being able to afford to serve in this community. And recently, I've invested my own time and money to become a credentialed teacher for more permanence to be able to support my community. Today, I learned my position, along with a lot of other elective positions, are at risk of being cut. I have been asked time and time again why I keep working in this district. And truthfully, it's because this is my community. However, I am now questioning whether or not to even keep my daughter in this district. This district had showed me that it did not value me as a student when I attended here. I continue to fight for it to value me as a teacher. And now as a parent, I'm fighting for you not to cut these teaching positions, because it will show us that you do not value our children and their future either. We are here to invest in the future of our community, in the future of our children, and the future of the areas that we serve. I urge you all to vote no on these cuts. And families who are listening, teachers who are listening, I urge you to demand what is best for us, our community, and our children, because we, as a community, deserve so much more. It is unfair that this has been happening for the last 15 years. And it is time that we think of new solutions instead of trying to repair the problems with Band-Aids. Thank you.
Our next public comment is Kelly Kari.
Good evening, Board Trustees, Superintendent Moses, and Cabinet members. My name is Kelly Carey, and I am a proud kindergarten teacher at Peary's K-8 School. I am here tonight because the proposed staffing reductions don't add up, not in numbers and certainly not in impact. We are being told that 43.25 time positions must be cut to meet the fiscal solvency plan. We also hear that there are 189 vacancies in our district. If we have so many unfilled positions, why are we cutting even more? Where is the logic in removing essential staff when we are already stretched too thin? These cuts won't just be in numbers on a spreadsheet. They will be real people, educators, support staff, specialists who make our schools whole. They will be students losing the stability and support they need to thrive. They will be kindergartners like mine, whose first experience in education should be full of wonder and opportunity, not uncertainty and loss. We are told that funding shifts might allow some positions to be restored, but how many times have we heard that before? How many talented, dedicated educators have we lost to the cycle of instability? Our children do not have the luxury of waiting for us to figure this out. They need us to make the right decisions now. I urge you, do not move forward with these devastating cuts. Find another way. When we cut educators, we rip away opportunities from our students, weaken our schools, and undermine our future. This is a cost too great, a risk too high, and a mistake that cannot be made. Our students deserve better. Do the right thing. Thank you.
Our next public comment is Maria Resendez. Please unmute yourself.
Good evening, board. I urge you tonight to go back to the drawing board and reconsider the teacher cuts. It is irresponsible to cut teachers. The message that we're sending contradicts our goal of retaining staff and valuing experience, which is what we say when we're trying to go out and recruit staff. We continue this vicious cycle of creating programs that have no consistency and continue to get dismantled once they are created. How can administrators plan for their sites with confidence and vision to attract families with no electives, for example? I want to remind you that it is middle school where we lose most of our student population. Please say no to teacher cuts. Thank you.
Our next public comment is Mark Mitchell.
Good evening, President Reckler and Superintendent Moses. The teachers' hearts are broken, and the students that they serve, particularly in the secondary school level, their hearts are broken as well. We ask you to reconsider what's before you tonight, because it's not necessary and it's not based on accurate numbers. We know that every year the projections issued by the district are wrong, and they're not off by a little, they're off by a lot. They're off by millions and millions of dollars. The average error in projecting of revenue for the last 4 years of this district has been 14%. So if 14% has been under projected as far as revenue every year, this year we are to receive an additional $67 million in income, which solves the alleged crisis. There's no need to make these cuts because we're not basing the projections on accurate levels of revenue, and we're not basing it on accurate levels of expenditures. We're counting hundreds and hundreds of ghost employees as though they exist. It's like we're living in Mexico under the political party, the PRI, where they had ghost employees pulling full salaries for years. That's what's happening in West Contra Costa, but there are no employees in those ghost positions. We need to quit faking it and acting like those positions are filled or that they're going to be filled, because our district is unstaffable currently. The bargaining unit salaries in the first interim are inflated by $7 million over what you budgeted for. There's no way that can be accurate because the teachers have not received a raise, and we have fewer teachers teaching in this district than ever before. To say that the projection of $7 million over budget is accurate is crazy. So the other thing is, we were told 26 positions are going to be cut. Then the resolution said 75. And then Dr. Moses sent out a communication today saying 43. And then the communications department sent out a parent square saying no cuts. What's going on? Nobody knows.
Our next public comment is Ariel Kirschenbaum. Please unmute yourself.
Good evening, Board President Reckler, Clerk Inyana, Board Trustees, and esteemed members of the district staff. My name is Ariel Kirschenbaum, and I'm the proud coordinator of Career Technical Education Programs, or CTE. I'm here tonight because 7 CTE positions are to be voted on to be cut. And in the honor of the CTE teachers that I support, I want to take a moment to share some of the incredible work that our CTE teachers do every day in our schools, teaching students about jobs and careers, giving them a real answer to the age-old question of, when will I ever use this? Just yesterday, I visited a high school health academy where one of the teachers shared that a couple weeks ago, she had her braces removed by a student who graduated from the program last year. Like last year's student was in her mouth, taking her braces out. And she had gotten that job because of the industry certifications and experiences that she had had in the academy. In our middle school, college, and career lab classes, our CTE teachers lead 100% hands-on labs where every day middle school students rotate through stations in over 18 career industries, practicing how to take blood pressure, learning how an engine works, taking fingerprints, and more. Just this year, CTE teachers have scheduled over 40 field trips to locations where they get to see themselves in potential futures, like at Tesla, Chevron, Kaiser, Veolia Water, Video Game Developer Conference, trades apprenticeship tours, and more. I know we need to make cuts. I was a high school math teacher. I know the math isn't mathing, and cuts need to be made. I understand that, but I'm very concerned that as a district, we might be shying away from some of the more difficult decisions that no school board ever wants to make in exchange for keeping every school open, but running them so extremely lean that they all end up starving and can't keep programs like the amazing student performance we heard earlier, or the career preparation programs that expose students to careers they might not otherwise have known about or seen themselves in. We know daily attendance is what brings in funding for schools, but which courses get kids up out of bed in the morning to show up to school? Thank you so much.
Next public comment is Kim Chamberlain.
Tall people up here. Good evening, I'm Kimberly Chamberlain, IFPTE Local 21 SSA Chapter President. I agree with a lot of my colleagues have said tonight. One of the biggest ones was looking at the board cuts, the nice little list today and going through it. Actually, I looked at it on Monday and I'm going through everything and I said, wow, didn't know about that one. Wow, that's a change. Shocking. One of the key purposes of our district, and I've heard it here a couple of times this evening, and I don't think I can say it enough, is communication is important. Why is it important? Because it helps people connect, share ideas, and solve problems. It can help build relationships, avoid misunderstandings, improve productivity. Isn't that what we tell students? If you communicate with us, we will help you and assist you with your future. Isn't that what we tell our fellow employees, our comrades in arms that we are basically working with every day to support students and staff, that if you communicate, we will work in a more productive manner? This district is not communicating. I'm sick and tired of it. I cannot support my team. I cannot support my students in this district, and I cannot support you if we don't have some better communication. It is lacking, and it's disrespectful. Thank you.
The next public comment is Donna. Please unmute yourself. Please unmute yourself. Next public comment is Jean Kinster. Please unmute yourself.
Good morning, good evening, board. My name's Jean Kencher. I teach at Verde Elementary. According to the union, teacher costs are overestimated, revenue received is underestimated, and this is confirmed by the EBO to be accurate. We have a lot of vacant positions that cost you nothing. There's no one in them. Subs are cheaper than teachers. How are our costs going up? I'm also wondering, Mr. Phillips, I don't know, a year or so ago, maybe two, asked about COLA. What percentage of our budget goes to certificated staff expenses? Does the same percentage of the COLA budget actually go to certificated staff expenses? Your employees deserve better. Your parents deserve better. The communities deserve better. The students deserve better. You need to do the right thing and be transparent and talk to us. Show us real numbers. Please delay the vote until you can research and verify this pattern of inconsistency in the numbers. If you vote, vote no. If you vote yes, then keep your eyes open to see when the teacher costs are suddenly reduced and the district funding is suddenly increased. But of course, that will happen after the layoffs have happened and are like, oh, we can't stop them now. Another question I have is about the restricted and unrestricted money. Yes, unrestricted money somehow gets moved onto the restricted side, but then we're told, oh, no, it's restricted. It's for special things, and it is. But doesn't that only mean for the money that originated on the restricted side is for special things? And when you kind of take from the unrestricted side and move it over, that can kind of go back, can it? But that doesn't ever really seem to be what's going on. I don't know. It's a little crazy. Maybe there's some new math going on or something, but please communicate with us. Please be transparent. And please tell the community, the staff, tell everyone.
Next public comment is Gabrielle Micheletti.
Good evening, President Reckler, Clerk Inyana, and trustees. I'm here tonight with a simple request. Please slow things down and look into the district's numbers yourself. The unaudited actuals are available on the district website. The information being put out into the community is inconsistent, and I fear that this decision to make cuts is being made hastily based upon fear tactics, chaos, and confusion. For example, as I look at the county letters sent out to the community today, I see a chart labeled Unrestricted General Fund plus Fund 17 Reserves. It does not, in fact, actually include the Fund 17 reserves because Fund 17 had $35 million and $37 million in 22-23 and 23-24 respectively. Yet they are claiming reserves of less than $30 million in both years. I see claims of the need to cut positions because funded by uncertain grants, yet I see in that same county letter that these grants do not expire until 2026 and 2028. I'm appalled to think that we will pull support for literacy because the funds are uncertain past 2028. Please be aware that investors in the private prison industry make decisions for the future based upon the literacy rates of third graders. I see emails from the district saying that they are not cutting any people, only vacancies. Yet when we asked for verification of this, we're told that this cannot yet be guaranteed. I see a plan to cut 12.2 project and program assistants when there are only 7 vacancies and cut 7 CTE educators when there's only slightly over 1 vacancy. We've gone from being told cuts of 26 are necessary to our bargaining unit, and a few weeks later, it's 75. Then the email that went out to the public today listed 43. How can any decision be made on constantly changing information, let alone a decision that impacts tens of thousands of students? The escalating chaos of this district is only furthering the crisis in recruiting and retaining educators, and it's unrealistic to expect students to increase their attendance in such a tumultuous atmosphere. I'm asking you to be the ones to stand up and put a pause in this mayhem. Use your authority and power as a board to slow things down, provide direction to be given solid, consistent information, and
Our next public comment is Joy Diaz Noriega. Please unmute yourself.
Hi everyone, my name is Mix Joy. I am a Richmond High School alumni and currently a DLI teacher at Downer Elementary. I'm here to oppose the proposed cuts to teaching positions and student support services. This is not a budget crisis, it is a crisis of priorities. The district has the money to prevent these cuts, yet it is choosing austerity over investment in our students. WCCD is sitting on millions in reserves while cutting critical positions, increasing class sizes, and destabilizing our schools. Instead of addressing the vacant educator positions, the district is making unnecessary reductions that will worsen our school experiences and students' ability to learn in school. This plan contradicts WCCUSD's own equity policies and creates long-term damage. Larger class sizes, fewer educators, and reduced student services will drive more families away and create more harm in our community. The district must stop using manipulated budget projections to justify cuts and instead invest in stability, retention, and student success. I urge you to reject these cuts and use the district's available funds to fully staff our schools, support educators, and protect students. Thank you.
Our next public comment is Sam Clear.
Good evening. This is my 8th year in the district, and it is heartbreaking to witness how leadership's decisions disadvantage our students. Students are experiencing unspeakable damage towards their education every day. On a typical day at Stige, I would often receive over 10 extra students due to the vacancy crisis. Without the proper space, students would be crowded at desks or have to find spots on carpets. Imagine coming to school each day and not knowing where you will go or who will take care of you. Imagine not having a teacher for your first year of school ever, and then continuing to go each year wondering if you will have a teacher waiting for you at the door. Each year, it was common to work with students that went without a teacher the year before, or even for multiple years. I can't describe how this lack of stability influenced these students and families. I never went through a full year where we started and ended with a fully staffed school. Unfortunately, the vacancy crisis continues to impact these students as they go to middle school and then high school. They may be put in a library or gym with nowhere to go or miss core classes. How would you feel if instead of focusing on your studies in college, you had to figure out where to go or even if you'll have a place to sit? How would you feel if you had to wonder if you could take the classes you need to graduate? The message to these students is clear. Their educational experience and rights are currently not respected or protected in our school district. We need to fight against future cuts and focus on today's students. Students may come and go from this district, but their experiences will impact them forever. Even if you rescind these cuts, you are breaking your relationships with these educators. Students will continue to suffer from the vacancy crisis if we disrespect our school communities. Thank you.
Our next public comment is Zach Porter. Please unmute yourself.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Zach Porter. I'm an English teacher and a theater teacher at John F. Kennedy High School. I want to echo the comments of all of the teachers that spoke, both at Kennedy and otherwise, and just urge you to stop hiding behind this flawed budget. The news of the cuts has really been devastating to our staff. It's incredibly demoralizing, and it's just, quite frankly, an insult to our profession and everything at Kennedy that we've been working towards. And what's worse is it's just going to have a ripple effect for years to come on our students. So many opportunities are going to be stolen from students. Please reconsider these cruel austerity measures. Thank you.
Our next public comment is Francisco Ortiz.
Good evening, board members, intern superintendent Moses, and community members. Tonight, I urge you to vote no on the resolutions because the district is failing in its fundamental duty to provide clear, consistent, and truthful information. How can you in good conscience cast a vote that will impact hundreds of educators, staff, and ultimately thousands of students when the numbers you've been given keep changing? The reductions you approved were 26. Last Thursday, the community were told there would be no teacher layoffs. The district stood before the community and made that promise in writing. But now, we're looking at 75 UTR positions being reduced and 83 classified positions being eliminated. And then just today, a new communication went out stating that only 43 reductions would occur. Which is it? What are you really voting on? This level of mismanagement and confusion is unacceptable. It is dangerous. Our students in our schools and our educators deserve better than the chaos that is ensuing right now. This district is already struggling with massive vacancies, high turnover, and low morale. Instead of solving these problems, district is making it worse, issuing contradictory statements, blindsiding educators, and destabilizing schools even further. Let's be clear. A yes vote tonight is a vote for more instability, more chaos, and more harm to our students. How can you vote with confidence when the district itself cannot provide clear and accurate numbers? How can we trust the leadership of a district that cannot even communicate a basic budget decision without shifting stories? Enough is enough. Our students deserve better. Thank you.
Our next public comment is Crystal Bennigan. Please unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Wonderful, thank you. Good evening, everyone. I wanted to speak tonight to remind everyone that there is there's a public comment period right now for our next superintendent. There is a survey on the district's website. I urge everyone who hasn't already to go to the district website and let your voice be heard in the survey about what we want in our next superintendent. There's also a town hall meeting that is virtual that's happening tomorrow evening at 6. It's from 6 to 7. You can find that information on the district website as well. Please let them know that we want a superintendent that does not copy and paste budgets. We want a superintendent who does not run and hide when things get hot and heavy, right? We want a superintendent that will talk to us and who can answer emails and doesn't hide behind the school board. Since we're talking about the school board members, I want to remind you that these are the people who voted you into your positions that you're talking to. Student trustees, I urge you to talk to the students who are underrepresented. Talk to the students who don't come to school because they don't have any reason to be joyous at school. Talk to the real kids that are being damaged by what's going on in this district. Board members, again, we voted you on to make a difference, okay? The shift in power on the board should have been a good thing. So even if you're gonna vote yes or whatever, respond to emails, respond to phone calls, talk to the people who voted you in. Thank you.
Our next public comment is Victor Ward.
Good evening, board and superintendent. I wanted to start off with a thank you. I know it's a difficult job that you have, so thank you for giving us the opportunity to speak, and thank you for listening. I wanted to mention that my company has something called Real Time, which is a digital video yearbook, which allows students and teachers and parents and administrators to upload their own memories, their own music, their own photos, their own videos, and then they can download, so it transforms the traditional yearbook from a one-size-fits-all to something that's really personal and memorable. I want to tell you a quick story. About 30 years ago, I was a long-term sub in Oakland Unified, and it's graduation. I had a 5th grade classroom, and all the students are singing, "I Believe I Can Fly." And it was a great time. You know, people are crying, I'm crying. But the funny thing about that is graduation is the happiest time of the year, and it's missed by every single yearbook. We had a great orchestra presentation. They get a page in the yearbook. That doesn't do justice to that class, to that teacher. The traditional yearbook, I'm not suggesting that we get rid of the traditional yearbook, but I'm saying to do justice to the arts programs, to do justice to music programs, to sports programs, to any type of mock trial or speaking. You need to do something that is 2025, not using 1825 material. And the last thing that I would say is the yearbook traditionally is a fundraiser. And if you use the video yearbook properly, you know, it's not going to save all of the job cuts, but it will save some. Thank you very much.
Our next public comment is Eric and Lindsay Jepson. Please unmute yourself.
Thank you. I just want to repeat a couple things that have already been said. I think there are many examples of this with the numbers that we've received from people at the district offices, but one of the most striking ones is the number of cuts to staff that are coming. Is it 26? Is it 0? Is it 75? Is it 43? We've heard all those numbers within the last month. I just want to remind the board that you're the boss, like, because you were chosen by the people. And if you can't get straight information from the district, as has been pointed out, the information is available. It's online. The one time a year that the district has to tell the truth, those numbers are available online. And there are other reasonable sources to reach out to get analysis if you feel lost and unable to do it yourself. But we are counting on you as your constituents. We are your constituents. We hired you, and you're the boss. So please behave like the boss. Thank you very much.
Our next public comment is Mitzi Perez-Caro.
Board members and superintendent, most of you know who I am, but in case you don't, my name is Mitzi Perez-Caro. I'm a lifelong Richmond resident, a WCC alum, and an 8-year CTE teacher at Kennedy High. I love Richmond. I love being a teacher, and I love being an Eagle. I am absolutely heartbroken that I and other CTE teachers are potentially on the chopping block. In my 8 years, I start each class by surrounding students with their heroes in their classroom. Students are surrounded by 200 of their most inspirational chosen people. They set the guidelines for their class. I have 14 student-made playlists saved to allow students to feel ownership of the class environment. Students learn how to make videos, animation, graphics, video games, code, capstone projects. Over my 8 years teaching, about 500 students have received college credit for community college and state schools. About 90% of students in the Information Technology Academy graduate. I have poured my heart and soul into my teaching career, and I cannot believe it might come to an end because of your lack of priorities. Students need programs like ITA. I am beyond disappointed. This is such a disservice to them. Your work is meant to be student-centered. Show the proof of that in negotiations. Vote no on cuts.
Our next public comment is Delon Harrison. Please unmute yourself.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Good evening, board. Happy Black History Month. I just want to share, I visited Mount Talbot's Black History event, and it was awesome sauce. It was really well attended. A lot of good people were there. Good vibes were there. And I just wanted to give a shout out to the parents over there at Mount Talbot and the principal and all the staff that really supported the parents in making that happen. And also, I seen in our newsletter, our superintendent talked about making sure that our SSCs are going well. I think the principals need a little bit more support around that. And I'm hoping that someone is supporting with the checks and balances and what's going on with the sites, school site councils, because quite a few of them are not operating as they should. and they're not bringing budgets. They're not giving information that parents need to be advising on what services and resources are happening at our school sites. So I'm urging our superintendent to make sure that the staff supports our principals in staying in compliance with state that they're supposed to do at our school site councils so that we can have effective resources and programs and services for our children. And I also would like the board to look in the process of our vendors that come to service our children, and why is that taking so long? Why is that process so discombobulated? And it's been that way for several years, and it doesn't have to be. We can set up a smooth transition in our programs where our vendors can service our kids starting the beginning of school, the school year, and not have to wait till January. I'm complete. Thank you.
And our last public comment is Shanae Vaughn.
Good evening, Board. Superintendent Moses, Leslie Reckler, President. I don't even know why I brought this phone up here because I never follow what I write. But so I'm just going to make this short. To the new elected board members, build your own relationships. Become familiar with your stakeholders. It's okay to say, wait a minute, I don't understand this. It's okay to say, let's get a second opinion. It's okay to put students first. I come to you today to ask you to vote no on layoffs. I just want to say that I miss the transparency that Teamsters used to have with Cabinet. I have yet to meet the new CBO. I have not had one conversation with the superintendent. And it's very unfortunate because I thought that we were in a space to where we can be transparent, and that relationship is dwindled away. So I just wanted to just say that just put the students first. We need the staff. We need people to clean. We need people to take care of special ed. We need teachers. These children's future depends on a no vote. Thank you.
Next public comment is Sam Senet Bong. Please unmute yourself.
I'm here to speak for the caller that got muted. This is not Sam.
I'm sorry, are you Mr. Nelson?
I am, yes.
I believe you already made public comment.
The
Is
caller that got muted was cut off.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
There was a caller that got muted that was cut off. That was my wife,
What's the name?
Dana. You said Donna Nelson Isaacs. She got cut off.
Can you check?
She's gone. She lost a
back?
family member today, and I worked hard to get her here.
Thank you, we've got it. Thank you.
She was cut off.
We understand that. I believe we have her.
She dropped. I'd like to speak to that. She's not going to be able to speak. She had to leave. She
So
lost a-
there's no substitution of speakers. Hold on, we're working on it.
Folks, you are removed from the people.
I'm not able to hear if you're talking, so if it's okay, if you take a moment and just let me solve the issue. Thank you.
I'm just gonna wait for my turn.
Go ahead.
Hello. My name is Sam Santavone. I have a special needs son that's been in home school with the district for about 3 years now. And this is the first time I'm hearing that potentially our speech therapists, our OT, our PT is also going to possibly be cut as well. And I was very, very unhappy to hear these things. It's a struggle enough for my son to want to go to school when he can't, but it's also another struggle when there's resources here that the school has funding in reserves for special programs, and they are unwilling to utilize it the way that it's been allocated. So from my understanding here, there is money for these special programs specifically for special education that should not be tampered with and be used for something different outside from that. And I wish my son could go to school like every other kid, but we are bounded by in-home. And for my son to be shortchanged already because of a disability is now further disability to be even to compete with other children when you guys are figuring out trying to cut resources, what we already are limited. And I'm not a happy parent being in this district. You drive to make this district better, but you're gonna drive families like us away. That's all I have.
We're trying to get the other speaker. The speaker is gone. Okay, so if the speaker is able to come back for the item, then we will give the speaker 2 minutes. Okay, thank you everyone who gave public comment. We are moving now to B9, which is agenda review and adoption. Do any board members have anything on this? So I do, right after opening procedures, I would like to pull up E action items. And I would like to reorder the action items. Number 3 would become number 1. Number 4 would become number 2. Number 1 would become number 3. And number 2 would become number 4. And then I would like to move up discussion items after that so that we can hear from leadership. And then proceed on with the superintendent's report and leaving business items at the end. Is that okay? Are there any objections to that? Seeing none, that was what we will do as soon as we're done with opening procedures. Moving now to B10, approval of minutes, January 8, 2025. Does anybody have any corrections to the minutes of January 8th, 2025? Seeing none, the minutes will be adopted as presented. Moving now to B11, resolution number 2425-57, Disability Awareness Month, March 2025. Mr. Guthrie, I believe this is your item, or Ms. Forrest? Both of you?
I'll be reading this. Thank you. Now therefore be it resolved that the West Contra Costa Unified School District Board of Education proclaims the month of March 2025 as Disability Awareness Month and encourages all of its schools and to commemorate this occasion with appropriate instructional activities. And be it further resolved that the Board of Education directs that suitable prepared copies of this resolution be distributed to all schools and offices in West Contra Costa Unified School District.
Thank you. Do any board members have any comments? Seeing none, may I have a motion?
President Reckler, I move resolution number 2425-57, Proclamation Disability Awareness Month, March 2025.
Great. Moved by Gonzalez Hoy. Is there a second?
I second.
Trustee Hernandez will second. Any additional comments on the item? I, for one, am very glad to see this, so thank you. Thank you for this acknowledgement. And we'll go to the vote. Student trustee Espinoza Jr.,
Yes.
trustee Barone,
Yes.
trustee Hernandez,
Yes.
clerk Iñana,
Yes.
trustee Gonzalez Hoy,
Yes.
and I'm a yes. Resolution passes unanimously. Okay, B12, superintendent search update. That's my item. This is for information only, and as one of our callers already called in, there is an online survey for the superintendent search. It is now open and ready for your feedback. We are conducting a search for a permanent superintendent, and the online survey is open for you to share your feedback on the characteristics and qualities you want to see in the next permanent superintendent, as well as the strengths and challenges of our school district and community. Your input will help to shape the position description, leadership profile, and interview questions. Survey results will be shared with the Board of Education, and the survey is anonymous, and it's open from February 10th, and actually it was extended. So the closing date is now March 10th, not March 3rd. It is March 10th. The survey is available in English, Spanish, and in Arabic, and the survey can be found on the district website, wccusd.net. If you go there, it's on the landing page and it'll come right up as soon as you get to the website, or you can go to the superintendent search page, put superintendent search either in Google, WCCUSD superintendent search in Google, or in the search box on the website, and you can go to the superintendent search page for additional information. That is my report on that item. Okay, moving now to our action items. So we will pull up first E1 or E3, which is now the first item, which is resolution number 2425-60, certificated reduction of particular kinds of services. I believe Dr. Moses or Dr. Johnson, which one of you? Dr. Johnson, go ahead.
I apologize. Thank you, President Reckler, members of the school board. Resolution 2425-60 addresses the need to reduce or discontinue particular kinds of service of certificated employees as necessary for the 2025-2026 school year in accordance with Education Code sections 44949, 44955, 44956, 44957, and 44846. The certificated reduction list consists of two categories. One, fiscal solvency reductions related to the fiscal solvency plan previously approved. And two, restricted funded positions that are currently identified as uncertain grant renewals. Questions?
Board, are there any questions on this item? Trustee Gonzalez Hoy, go right ahead.
Thank you, President Reckler. My first question, I believe, is either for Dr. Hart or Dr. Moses. Can you please explain why the soft money or grant funded positions were added to this resolution and the discrepancy that people have shared tonight?
Dr. Hart, would you like to start with an answer?
Forgive me, I thought he said Dr. Moses. Please forgive me. Can you repeat the question? I was thinking about my next statement.
No, it's okay. I did say either Dr. Hart or Dr. Moses, so I understand. I would have done the same thing.
That's what I thought.
So my question is, why are we seeing the discrepancy on this resolution compared to the cuts that came forward 2 weeks ago on the soft money and grant funded positions? Could you explain why those are here and the impact?
The original fiscal solvency plan only included those who were related to our goal of fiscal solvency. After that plan was adopted by the board, later came the soft money or grant-funded positions. And these are preliminary precautionary procedures that we take in case we do not have the grant funding in place. If we do have the grant funding, these positions will return. They are temporary positions year to year, really based on funding. Although you may have a grant fund that goes to 2026, 2028, differences in the budget changes throughout the school year. So the amount that may have originally been budgeted for 5 years may have been spent within the first year.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, that does answer my question. My second question, I'm not gonna pick who because I don't want to confuse everyone. Can you explain the secondary cuts and the impact behind them, the 7.5 FTEs? Where are those coming from?
Can I explain where the cuts are coming from in terms of the particular areas?
Specifically, the secondary cuts.
Thank you for the question, Trustee Gonzalez Hoy. I think I can support with starting an answer. Your question specifically is related to reductions in the secondary programs. Those 7.5 FTE are related to the MOUs that we've entered into that allow for natural class size reductions at the secondary level due to 7-period versus 6-period days. I am uncertain as if the entire 7.5 is coming from there, but I believe that it is the entire amount, thinking back from memory. And that these reductions allow us to staff our schools at the contractual agreed upon staff to student ratio. So the 7.5 reduction is allowing us to get back to the contractually agreed upon student to staff ratio.
Okay, thank you. President Reckler, would you like us to do 3 questions at a time? Okay. My third question is the CTE cuts that we're seeing on the resolution. Can you discuss the impact of those, and do they impact people in the positions now?
Thank you. And I just want to explain that in my transition from Associate Superintendent, Chief Business Officer to interim role of Superintendent, I had a heavy involvement in creating both the fiscal solvency plan and input in the reduction list. So I want to defer to staff, but I also want to be helpful in answering the questions with clarity. As it relates to the CTE grant, currently there is an expiring grant, and the grant that is expiring, or there are 2 scenarios. It could be completely expiring, or it could be coming in under budget as to what we intended for positions. That is the CTE incentive grant. There are 3 FTE that are paid with that grant. Those funds are uncertain. I know the College and Career Department is working to identify other restricted funding resources, but this is unfortunately what happens with the money that come from the restricted side of the budget. It is uncertain, it is not guaranteed, and it is for specific purposes. So this is an example of reductions that we intend to seek and search for other funding sources, but they have to be written into that grant. That grant budget has to be approved by the grantor. And once those 2 things happen, then those positions can be moved to other funding sources if the needs of the grant and the requirements of the grant have been satisfied. This is in essence the case of all of other reductions that you're seeing tonight outside of the 43 that are related to the fiscal solvency plan. I also want to highlight that 72.28 FTE that are on this reduction list are actually positions that are funded at the site level, and sites cannot, so principals cannot solely bring back positions. They have to be brought back to the school site council The school site council has to approve a budget. They have to approve the position. And once the school site councils approve the plan for sites and the positions for sites, we expect that many, if not all of these positions could potentially come back if the school sites and the school site councils choose to do so. So 78.28 FTE fall in that realm.
Thank you. President Reckler, if we do a second round, I have further questions. Thank you so much.
First, let's go over here to the side. Trustee Hernandez, go ahead.
I have 3 questions, so I'm gonna go ahead and ask the first question. What was the process of determining which positions will be reduced? And then my second question that goes along with that one, were the labor union consulted in the decision-making within those process, with the determining those positions?
Thank you for the question. I need to pull up my document to refer to positions specifically, but the way in which the reductions for the fiscal solvency plan, what those decisions were made, is by evaluating primarily central office positions, and trying to adjust organizational.
Sorry, Dr. Moses, I don't want to cut you off, but I'm specifically talking about the additional positions that were added into the resolution. I understand the physical solvency plan one, reduction ones, but just the additional ones added into the resolution. That's my specific question on those. Sorry, I didn't clarify.
That's okay. Thank you for the clarification. We have 136.91 total FTE, and that's classified and certificated combined. Those positions were identified not by individuals, but by budget. Those are all on the restricted side of the house, or in the case of site funds, they're restricted positions because we need the permission of the school site council to continue them. The only positions that were placed on this reduction list fall in those 2 categories. And the reason why the budget drove that decision is because if those 136.91 grant funded and restricted funded positions are not approved with new money, then the obligation to pay those 137 positions then falls on the unrestricted general fund. Due to our current structural deficit, we know as a district, and we know because we're familiar with our budget, we cannot take on additional debt from restricted grant-funded positions. And that is how these positions were identified and placed on this list in order not to add to the structural deficit.
I'm sorry, I don't know if you did answer my second question. Were the labor unions consulted in the decision-making in this process?
No, the labor unions were not consulted. This is strictly a budgetary decision. These are temporary positions funded by what we call soft money. Soft money is the restricted accounts that do not live in the unrestricted general fund, and the money is uncertain. We were not in a position to consult the union because we do not have money to pay for these positions if it cannot be identified with new restricted resources. So in negotiations in terms of what stays and what goes was not possible in this scenario because it's strictly driven by monies that are expiring or monies that we aren't responsible for assigning, but they're assigned through a different procedure or process such as the school site council.
Okay, so I guess my third question is, so what efforts are being made to secure additional grant funding or renew existing grants to sustain these positions, not only just from the department itself, like the CTE department, but from cabinet and yourself to make sure that we bring in more money into the district instead of taking money out?
Thank you for the question. There are several ways in which we get restricted funds. In some cases, we have to apply for competitive grants. And if our application is accepted and the grant is awarded, then we get to use the new money. And so our cabinet and their teams work really hard to identify grants that are available and to create application packets that are competitive that could secure future funding. There are also some grants, such as federal grants, that are allocated due to need. So, for example, Title I, Title II, Title III. But those federal grants are also in an uncertain position. As we know, grant money that is allocated to the district can be taken away by the grantors. And that is what makes this funding source uncertain and in some cases risky. However, we are dedicated to finding competitive grants. We are also ensuring that we're keeping abreast of what might be available out there to go after in terms of bringing new money into the district. I will say that we do, I mean, as evidenced in our consent items, we have grant award notices that come before the board that are approved for new money and for new uses. And as long as we're in line with what the restricted intent is of the grant, then we'll be free to spend those monies that we receive and that we accept into our budget for new services. It is a process, but we are actively involved in ensuring that we're doing our part to bring new money in and to assign money to positions for services for students.
Thank you. If we get another round, I have other questions.
You have questions?
Yes,
Clerk Kenyatta? Go right ahead.
So my question is this a standard practice of bringing forward reductions?
Thank you for the question. This is an annual action that needs to be undertaken by all school districts in order to ensure that expiring grants or funding that's uncertain do not add to their structure, to their unrestricted operating budget. So it is a standard practice. It is a practice that we engage in our district annually as well.
Okay, my second question is, how are we supporting school sites around their SSC to ensure that they meet deadlines?
That's a great question. And now I think I can shift that question over to our Associate Superintendent Summer Sigler.
Thank you. SSC has been a huge focus this school year. And so while I think there's lots of areas where we can continue to grow, we have grown about 92% so far this year in compliance. There are a few schools who are still not making it, and they have had joint meetings with their executive directors and the family and community engagement team to make a plan to get on track.
Okay, and my last question for this round is, what is the financial impact that this may cause if these reductions are not approved tonight?
Thank you for the question. I can speak in general to our position as a district with trying to obtain fiscal solvency, and that immediately what we shared this morning is our first interim certification letter from the county. That letter outlines our position as a district of trying to realign so that we do achieve fiscal solvency. And as a requirement of our fiscal solvency plan, these reductions must move forward in order for us to be compliant with what we've agreed to do in order to address our fiscal solvency. If these reductions are not made, then these positions cannot be noticed. And then the district would be responsible for paying all of the positions that are on this soft money, which could come at a great cost to the district. I don't have a ballpark figure for you, but I can say for approximately every 7 full-time equivalent teachers, the cost is $1 million. And we have generalizations for our other unions as well, but it would be multiple millions of dollars impact to the general fund if we don't take action. And the response to the county, if that is the case, would be to, I think we would be sending a strong message that we are not addressing our fiscal stability, and that would not be advisable as they are our oversight agency.
Thank you.
Okay, I have a couple. So tonight in public comment, there were a couple of comments about gutting electives or getting rid of electives. Would you be able to please address that?
Thank you for the question. There is no plan to eliminate electives. We have provided our school site leaders with projected full-time equivalent staffing positions based upon their current projected enrollment. It is then up to the site administrators to create their course offerings in their master plan. in their master plans. Every school site understands that electives are a part of the experience of being in school. There is no plan to eliminate electives. I will say that each school site and how they plan for their master schedule and their course offerings, that's a collaborative decision at the site with the administration. But I think that there might be fear associated with looking at the cut list and believing that electives might be eliminated, but that is not the case. You may see some of the positions that are on our list are Proposition 28 positions, but that falls under the requirement of staff to renew their plans and bring back their staff. It's not that we're eliminating, it's that they have to follow the process to ensure that those positions are put back into their scheduling. There's lots of moving pieces here, but I can tell you that as a system, we are not impacting electives. We expect that our schools are going to be able to offer electives in the way in which we always have to serve the students that are enrolled in our sites.
Thank you. And then one more is, in general, why would you make reductions to the teaching force if there are vacancies and if you're running ads to recruit teachers? So if you could briefly address, what probably does not make a lot of sense to a lot of people.
Absolutely. And I'll ask Dr. Johnson if she has something to add once I finish speaking to the budgetary part of this. However, we are committed to staffing our schools based upon our enrollment. We are not cutting positions that are required of our base program at our schools. In the case that you may see a teacher position listed, and 9 times out of 10, for example, I just looked at the one of the list and saw that there were some intervention teachers on there, but they're only on there because they're paid for with site funds. And those site funds have to be approved by the school site council. So I'd have to go through line by line and check and see exactly why positions are on this particular list. What I can say with certainty is that what the reductions that you're seeing are not reductions to our basic program. And generally they fall under the category of either being an added position or a position that's funded with soft money. And I'd have to literally look line by line to see exactly what the case is, but these are not our base operating teachers. We're committed to our staffing matrix and ensuring that we have every teacher needed to cover every course in every school for our students in our programs.
Thank you. Okay, are there additional questions? There's one thing I want to say, which is that I forgot to call for public comment. So when we're done with questions, we'll go to public comment, which is actually the way we're supposed to be doing it, but we have a different procedure here. If you don't mind, can I go to may I go to Trustee Espinoza Jr.? Please go right ahead.
I just have one more question, or actually 2. My first question was there any other plans that were to be as a substitute to this, or if this weren't to work or wasn't feasible, what was the substitute to this plan?
Thank you for the question. Unfortunately, because this plan is driven by the needs and the limitations of our budget, there is no substitute to this plan. However, I want to point out that this plan is preliminary. We are taking precautions. We fully expect that many of the positions listed on these resolutions tonight are not going to end up on the final list. However, we do have to go through this process to ensure that we've secured funding and to ensure that our processes of seeking approval to return positions to sites has been followed.
Okay, thank you. And my last question would be, was there any consideration for the future, because there is going to be impact regardless of any consolidation of elementary schools, because in the document it shows over 24 FTE impacted.
Thank you for the question. District leadership is working really hard to try and identify solutions so that we can both address the needs of our budget and continue to provide high levels of service to our students. With that said, that is very difficult to accomplish because the cost of doing business is going up. We absolutely realize that competitive compensation salaries and packages are important for our recruitment and retention of staff. We value our staff. We value everything that they bring to our district and the care and dedication that they commit to our students. However, without having more revenue, solutions are difficult to come by, but we are committed to having the conversations, to doing the work, to being transparent and sharing what can be done so that we can arrive at a decision together on how we progress through these issues and maintain the high levels of certain services for our students. So I wish there were an easier answer to give you, but the work is hard. The funds are limited, but we're still committed to doing what we need to do to serve our students and community well.
Thank you.
Trustee Gonzalez, I go ahead.
Thank you. I wanted to follow up a little bit on the secondary cuts and the changes to the schedule. So for many years, I've been sold on the idea of moving away from 6-period schedule to 7 and 8 by many of our high schools. In part because the argument by administrators, teachers, and staff was it increases graduation rates, it increases the ability for students to obtain more A through G requirements. So us cutting the secondary allocations and moving all sites to 6-period the way that it is supposed to happen right now could impact that. So is that the case? Have we talked to secondary sites about the negative effect it could have by moving our secondary sites from 7 or 8 periods to 6 periods?
Thank you for the question. I first want to address the differences and the variances across all of our high schools. We have 2 high schools currently that have a 7-period day. We have 1 high school that has an 8-period day. We have 1 high school that has a 4x4 period day. And then we have 3 high schools that run traditional schedules. So it is inaccurate to say that all secondary schools run special schedules. They do not. However, I do want to acknowledge that being able to offer more courses to our students is added value. It is able to support us with our graduation rates because students earn extra credits by taking extra courses. I 100% agree with you that the traditional model, it is a model, but it is only one model of many that we could run. The issue is one of what have we budgeted for? Our district and our contracts name a 6-period day. They name a class size associated with a 6-period day. When we build our budgets based upon our contract, which says a 6-period day with 35 students per class. When schools enter into special schedules, which I acknowledge are beneficial, they come at a cost. If we could get our secondary schools to work with us to mitigate the additional costs, then I think we all win. But as long as the special schedules are costing additional funding that we do not have available in our budget, we are at a disadvantage in addressing our fiscal solvency and being able to meet our financial obligations because we're taking on additional additional expenditures that we did not budget for. These MOUs that are required in order to go against what we've contractually agreed to with the union have not come without fiscal impact. It is the fiscal impact that we want to address with our secondary schools. And if together we can mitigate fiscal impact, we can certainly continue with offering choice schedules. But it's going to have to be a discussion where we're together ensuring that the impact is not adding to the structural deficit.
Thank you. Let me dig a little bit deeper on that piece. And you're welcome to answer this, Dr. Moses, of course, but I'd also welcome from the academic side to answer if they choose to. Not saying you're not the academic side, you know what I mean. The schools that have 7 and 8 period schedules, in my opinion, are some of our highest need schools. De Anza, Richmond High, Kennedy, El Cerrito, they have the 8 periods, right? Part of the argument is that they have the largest population of English language learners. English language learners have to take ELD classes and remedial classes, specifically if they haven't reclassified. And under a 6-period schedule, what I've heard from administrators is that they're not able to get the credits to get A through G requirements and attend a college, or sometimes even graduate. So if we're not able to collaborate with the sites and cut these FTEs and reduce their schedules to 6 periods, how are we going to help specifically with that issue, which is very important to me, and I think it's very important to obviously the rest of the board, which is one of the reasons why I think we have prioritized those schedules. And I think staff, yourself, right, and other staff have put additional resources to those schools that are in the most need.
Thank you for the question. I'm going to go ahead and take the answer for that one. And how I'd like to start is, it depends upon how you look at what we're offering to our students. A 6-period traditional day is an adequate schedule to support students to graduate. In fact, they have extra credits at the end of the 4 years of 6 periods. So this isn't an issue of a 6-period day does not allow you opportunity to gain enough credits to graduate, even with a little bit of room if you need it for recovery. However, when we look at choice, I'm going to give you an example of Hercules High School has a 6-period day. Okay, De Anza High School has a 7-period day. If I'm a freshman at Hercules High School taking biology, I'm getting from my 6-period schedule 275 instructional minutes for biology each week. If I attend De Anza, because my day is cut into 7 classes instead of 6, I'm receiving 209 minutes of instructional minutes for biology. So it depends upon what you value. You could value extra credits or extra opportunities, which certainly have value. I'm not saying that they do not, but the flip side of that is the 6-period day offers more instructional time, which, because many of us are educators, we understand the more time you have to teach, the more our students learn. So when you talk about marginalized students and students that might come from, they may need more intervention, I would argue that the 6-period day gives them more instructional minutes per course, while the 7-period day gives them more courses and less instructional minutes per course. So that's also a conversation we need to have, because I'd like to see the best of both worlds, more opportunities and robust instructional minutes. That's just an example of one of the areas in which we can dissect and analyze the 7-period day versus the 8-period day versus the 6-period day. There are pros and cons to all schedules, and we just have to figure out what's best for our students and what we can best afford during our current budget reality.
Thank you. This is my last question. It follows up on this question that I just had. You made some really excellent points, Dr. Moses, but my question specifically for the ELs that need to get those extra courses, right? Because you are taking ELD or remedial classes, so therefore you're not able to take that English class or that biology class that you would really benefit from if you have, more time. But in cases like myself, when I went to high school, because I had a 7-period day, I was actually able to access more courses and therefore graduate with more credits, which allowed me to go to college, right? Where in a 6-period schedule, I might have not been able to do that because I had to take ELD. So the question is more of how are we going to prevent EL students from falling through the cracks by reducing the schedule? I'm not arguing about whether or not one is better than the other instructional minutes. It's more about the opportunity that we're providing.
You bring up a great point, because we do want to ensure that we have lots of opportunity, especially for our English learners. But I think that that is one of those areas in which we'd have to think both inside the box and outside the box, because number one, we'd have to evaluate our system as a whole. Our district has high percentages of LTELs, which means that our students are in ELD for extended time in their, over the courses of their years with us. If we provide a more robust intervention in our elementary and our middle school models, perhaps by the time our English learners get to high school, so many of them won't need that ELD course, and that could free up some time. We could also offer additional courses if school chooses a 6-period day after school. The state does not allow us to have A periods, but they do allow us to have periods after school, collect ADA, and provide additional services to students. I also think there is a way the 7-period day can continue to work. It just has to work within the budget. So I think we have lots of options. We just need to work with all of our partners, all of our school sites, really take a student-centered approach and find a way to address that issue, because it's an important issue and one that we can't ignore. Our students need choice. They need additional instruction. They need so much. And thankfully, the restricted funds that we receive can pay for those added supplemental courses. The base, the unrestricted general fund has a more difficult time fitting those in. So if we were to add an after-school period, that could be funded differently and not in the instructional budget. In the unrestricted budget. So I think sorry for the long answer, but the short answer is we need to sit down and figure out what's going to be best for that population of students and how we can achieve it together.
Thank you. I'm done, President Reckler.
Thank you. Anything else over here? Oh, if you don't mind, I'm gonna allow Trustee Barone to go ahead.
Thank you. So I have 2 questions. My first question is, going back to the teacher cuts and everything. So after these cuts are made, they're made because of budget to save money and everything. So what is like the plan to come back after that? Because the people that we're cutting, they're essential people that we need and they help students. So what is your plan to help the budget and help come back from this and get these teachers?
Thank you for the question. As we touched on before, we are hopeful that we'll be able to find new restricted funding sources to continue services. So our first priority would be just that, examining our new monies, examining the budget for our current monies. And there are scenarios where current grants can be rewritten and we can apply to the grantor to revise a budget in order to add a new service if we need to shift a service from one funding source to another. So I think our priority as a cabinet, and I'm sure as all of district leadership, is to find those ways to ensure that we can have those opportunities and those services continue for our students. Our dilemma is just that we have to identify the restricted funding sources that can do that. And some of them many of them already set requirements for what they can be spent on. So it's like putting a puzzle together. But we are committed to ensuring that we examine every piece of the puzzle and make sure that it fits and that we can continue. So it's a process.
Okay, thank you. And then my second question will go to the 6-period day thing. If we go to 6 periods, you're saying it will give us more time for classes to learn more and have more time. But I feel, wouldn't a 6-day take away classes? So students in like international academies, students who take electives like music, they don't have the opportunities to take more classes because they will have to take classes that fit in their A through G requirement. So, yeah.
So currently, there are lots of secondary students in our district that do have a 6-period day. I think your question is related to the students who currently have a 7-period day. And I'd say our first priority is to find a pathway to continue that. We don't have a desire to shut that down. However, we do have a real issue in that we can't afford it in the way in which it's been happening in prior years. So we need to actually create a plan for how we can continue that and how we can do it in a manner in which it is funded, that we have a planned fund for it and that we've identified funds for it and that it's not in an MOU outside of what we contractually budgeted for. So again, it's a process, it's a discussion, and it has to be some agreements made with lots of different people across the district. But I think if we all I know we all value this program. If we're committed to continuing it, I'm convinced that we can come up with a solution to do it without a fiscal impact.
Okay, thank you.
Trustee Hernandez, did you have something else?
I was like, sorry, I didn't know if I pressed the button or not. So I want to go back to, what trustee Gonzalez always said in regards to like the 6-period schedule. He mentioned the English language learners, but I specifically want to talk about the students in special education. Those students who are taking an intervention support class instead of taking either a core class. So how is this going to affect them when meeting the A through G requirements or graduation requirements? Because I believe in a pathway for special education students to meet the A through G requirements, as well as being provided the opportunity to go to post-secondary.
All right, as I see our SOPA director coming back from the restroom, I'm really going to need his help with this one. Director Fleischman, we have a question regarding the impact of 6-period day on the graduation rates for special education students and their services. Trustee Hernandez, would you mind recapping for him? Sorry.
Yes, so my question was, how is it sticking to a 6-period schedule impact our special education students when they're taking an intervention support class instead of a math class or instead of an English class? How is that going to hold them back from meeting that A through G requirement and making sure that they are on a graduation pathway?
So this actually should not have any impact on graduation rates for students with disabilities. At the high school level in a 6-period day, a student would take, what you're referring to as a tutorial class. Typically, they'll take 1 period of a tutorial or an intervention class as their elective, and they will get elective credits for taking that class if they do take it each year. They typically, very rarely does a student miss their core academic classes in order to take a tutorial class period. So as Superintendent Moses has pointed out, there are merits to the discussion and the arguments on both sides of this conversation. However, as it specifically relates to graduation rates, it shouldn't have an impact at all.
So just to clarify, you're telling me that that intervention support class is counting as an elective for that particular student? Is this the case for all students, or is it on a case-by-case basis?
No, it is. Tutorial does count towards elective credits towards a high school graduation. Each year they take it, they get the 10 credits. It goes towards electives. Anything that's not your core academic classes that you take go towards those elective credits. And I can't recall the exact number that's required for graduation, but they do get elective credits.
Thank you. And I guess my second question and last question is, what are the immediate repercussions if these resolutions are not passed tonight?
I'll answer and I'll ask Mr. David Hart if he wants to add anything, our new CBO, interim CBO. I'd say we've been working really hard in order to ensure that we have a positive certification for our budget. Currently, we've self-certified for first interim through through the necessary action of using our reserves in order to maintain a positive certification. But along with that, we've committed to making these reductions and to ensuring that our budgetary decisions will not impact our structural deficit further. If these resolutions are not passed this evening, then we have not fulfilled what we've committed to do. And so our oversight agency will likely take another look at our certification and have to reassess, because what we've built into our budget as a part of our fiscal solvency plan is contingent upon your vote tonight. If we don't start the process of beginning the reduction of particular kinds of services, then that is going to signal an oversight review, because we will not be able to satisfy the actions set forth to put us on a road to solvency. And I'll ask Mr. Hart if he has anything to add to that. That is our local response. I don't know if there is something more. Mr. Hart? I think maybe there is no more to add in this moment. Thank you for the question.
Okay, we're going to move to public comment. 10 minutes for this item, 1 minute per speaker. Is there any public comment?
Hello, board. I'm quickly gaining examples of the inaccessibility and non-transparency that I've heard talk about.
Sorry, sir, you were not called, President.
Hang
We
on
need
one
to call in
second.
order.
Yeah, we have a list here. Go ahead, call the first speaker.
Okay, our first public comment is Maria Resendes. Please unmute yourself.
Yes, good evening, board. I just want to go back to the idea of going back to the drawing board. I think our families and students would rather have fully staffed stellar programs, even if it meant consolidating sites. It is impossible for us to continue with this idea that we can continue to afford small schools. And I would hate to say that in some cases we have to close schools, but it is important for us to get better at our administration. I couldn't believe the comment that Dr. Johnson said that sometimes we get grants that are expected to last 5 years and they get depleted on the first year. How does that speak to our administration practices? Thank you.
Our next public comment is Gabrielle Micheletti. Please unmute yourself.
I think the sound quality will be better for all if I just do it here instead of muting myself. So, couple things. An 8-period day is already in Article 10, Section 4 of our contract. When you give out these slips, people do not wait around. You already have 57 resignations, and I've done an exit survey wherein 25% of respondents have cited instability in their positions as the primary reason they are leaving this district. I also want to go back to the fear-mongering county letter that was sent out today. I already mentioned the inaccuracies on the graph on page 2. However, the first page has a graph showing the changes to the restricted and unrestricted ending fund balances. I can look at the unaudited actuals and precisely calculate the numbers cited for 23-24. I cannot figure out where the numbers on 22-23 come from. I'm waiting to hear back from the county because it makes no sense. So please do not trust this letter. Please slow down. Delay this vote until you have more information, and tell Dr. Moses has gone through line by line to tell you what you are cutting, because you will not get these teachers back. They are tired, they can go somewhere else, and they are devastated.
Okay, I'm calling for a point of privilege. We have trustees up here that cannot hear. Trustee Hernandez and Clerk Inyana are not able to hear, so can I get a sound check down? It's at the microphone that you're having issues with? It's muffled from the microphone? Am I muffled? Okay, so it's when people are speaking on Zoom, it's muffled. Can we get an idea of what to do about that? This is the first time I am not having trouble hearing. I can't believe it. But it's muffled on Zoom for them, correct? Yeah, on the Zoom is where they're having the issue. When people call in. Okay, we're going to try again. So we'll put, we heard 2 public comments, so I'll put 8 minutes on for right now, ending at 9:09. Go ahead, begin public comment. We'll try.
Our next public comment is Shanae. Please unmute yourself.
Hi, I just wanted to just make a statement here. I often wonder, just after listening to Dr. Moses answer the questions, I'm wondering if since the budget committee has been eliminated without notice to the stakeholders, I was wondering, were there, has the district added additional contracts that the board may not be privy to that could potentially be cut? I'm wondering, has that been reviewed before going straight to cutting staff? Is there room to cut any additional budgets? Excuse me, any additional contracts? So I just wanted to just let the board know again, take your time and just really assess what's being presented to you. Thank you.
Our next public speaker is Francisco Ortiz.
Hello again, board. We've just heard lots of questions that were very pertinent to the resolutions that's presented for you tonight. And we've heard a lot of explanations that are inconsistent with the realities on the ground. We urge you today to please push for an independent analysis of these budget projections, the cuts, and what actually needs to occur for us to serve our students and our communities best. Just today, I have notification from one of our high schools that does the 6-period high school that they're wanting to move towards an 8-period high school. And most of the other high schools that know that this model works for their students and works for their programs are currently looking to submit those as well. So I don't trust that our sites have been consulted with how these programs are going to be impacting our students. So please do your due diligence and request for an independent analysis. Thank you.
President Reckler, point of privilege. The sound for me got worse in the room. Now I can't understand the speakers. There's like an echo or something. Now I can hear myself talking as well. Yes. It got much worse for me. They are good though. 1, 2, 3. Oh, that's much better. Is it better for you guys? Is it better? Yeah, that's better. Thank you.
Can you just stand there the whole night holding the speaker like that?
Okay, our next public speaker is Eric Jepson. Please unmute yourself.
Here are 6 things I heard Dr. Moses and her colleagues say that seem to demand clarification. Number 1, Dr. Moses said she won't cut any electives. She'll just cut staff. If schools with less faculty then choose to cut electives, that's something they're doing to themselves. Number 2, Dr. Moses said that the district intentionally ignores all the MOUs when they plan, as if these MOUs do not exist and have not existed in some cases for decades. This sounds like intentionally poor planning. Number 3, Dr. Moses says her priority as to scheduling is fiscal impact, regardless of what's best for students, which raises the question, why not prioritize students? What else is the money for? Number 4, Dr. Moses claims that because the 6-period day provides more instructional minutes per class, this is better for students than an opportunity to take more courses. Yet, she admits this will stop EL students from attending college unless she is correct in saying that EL students only arrive during elementary school and never during high school. Number 5, this may sound familiar. Dr. Moses said she won't cut any electives. She'll just cut the number of periods students are allowed to take. If students with fewer periods then take fewer electives, that's something they're doing themselves. And lastly, tutorial does not count through A through G. That's an equity issue.
Our next public comment, it's Sky Nelson.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm quickly gaining examples of the lack of transparency and the inaccessibility of this body. My question that I have, based on what was talked about, is at my site, I hear lots of people calculating the numbers themselves about the MOUs and the schedules. They wouldn't have to calculate the numbers if you showed it to them. You need to be more transparent with what you're doing, and you'll get buy-in. The reason this is all happening tonight is because you don't have buy-in. Does understaffing, overages, and lack of substitutes actually help? Does that save money? So that's what's happening. You cut more people, you still have the demands and the needs, you're going to have more of that. So transparency is important to me. I think we should wait until we have the real numbers shared so we can all be on the same page and have buy-in. Thank you.
Our next public comment is Maisha Harris Gash. Please unmute yourself.
Good evening again. Today I showed my students a motivational video by Dr. Eric Thomas, and it was called Overcoming Obstacles. And so we talked about how there are tough decisions that'll have to be made. And I talked to my kids all about one day you're going to be in the real world, and the real world has a lot of obstacles. And so I'm just saying, like, I get it. You guys have some tough decisions to make that affect a whole lot of people. There's a caller who I think he thought or he thinks that tutorial, I'm a 20+ year special ed teacher, mainly all secondary. And tutorial is elective credit, and I think it's either 55 or 60 credits that students need to graduate from high school. So it's elective credit, it's not A through G credit. And finally, I don't know, this is just a lot. So all I can say is, I know you guys have a tough decision, and just think about the kids.
Our next public comment is Clara Ackerman. Please unmute yourself.
As far as I can tell, there's a couple of questions that have not been answered from the original presentation. The first is, where does this 43 number come from? I understand the number previous to the reductions related to grants, and then there's the new number, which is 76. Where the heck does the 43 number we got emailed today come from? And why has no one asked about that or addressed that? The second question is, who exactly are you cutting? People who work for the district, directly employed by the district contractors, or vacancies? You still haven't clarified that. And what exactly do you mean by we're not cutting baseline services, but apparently ELD classes and reading specialists are baseline services? Because it sounds like a whopping 74 of them are going to be cut. 24 of them are going to be cut. So, if that's not a basic service, then what is a basic service? And what exactly do you mean by a basic service? I think that no one on the board should vote yes if those questions are not clarified. Thank you.
Our next public comment is Ian Bader. Please unmute yourself.
Hello. That's clock. I just want to point out two things. Mr. Jetson kind of covered most of what I wanted to say, but I'll only do two. One is at Kennedy, the EL 1s and 2s, the students who take 2 sections of English language development are all newcomers. So they weren't here as elementary students. And then if special ed students are getting elective credit for their tutorials, then that's all their elective credit. They don't get to take any other electives. So that's the equity issue that Mr. Jepson was talking about. So those are two things to think about when deciding whether or not to support alternate schedules. And I just want to lift up my colleague, Mitzi, who came and poured her heart out, because she's not just a CTE teacher, she is an active member. The students love her. She's involved with the classes. She's doing our journalism thing, and we would hate to lose her. It would be devastating. So just think about the people.
Our last public comment is Demetria. Please unmute yourself.
Hello?
We
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, it wouldn't let me unmute myself, so I was trying to unmute myself, but it wouldn't let me unmute myself. I just wanted some clarification on which are the actual positions, because I think that maybe some of what is said are the positions are not the accurate names, or if they are, because I want to know exactly which ones are being cut. My concern is if the cuts are coming to the children that need the extra help, the children with the IEPs, the children that are in a special education form. So, but I would like clarification if it's those aides or if it's those teachers or assistants. Thank you.
I'm sorry.
Because if it is, I don't want that to happen. I'm sorry. Let me make sure that I'm saying that part.
I apologize to the speaker. I thought you were done. If I
No.
may ask, how many more public comments are there?
That concludes public comment.
There we go. Okay. I'm sorry to the speaker. The speaker was done, right? Okay, thank you. Sorry about that to the speaker. Okay, we're up to a motion. May I have a motion on this item? Okay, I'll move resolution number 2425-60, certificated reduction of particular kinds of services. May I have a second? If there is no second, the motion will die.
President Reckler, I have an alternative motion whenever you're ready.
Go ahead.
Thank you. It's a little long, so I'll read it. My motion is that we approve the cuts in the resolution with the exception of the speech pathologist, counselor, school psychologist, the 7.5 FTE for the middle high school, and the CTE cuts for Kennedy, Richmond, and the Ansa high schools. Staff should bring back additional cuts on contracts and services to meet our fiscal solvency plan to fill what we are removing from the resolution on this motion.
Is there a second?
Yeah, I can repeat
Can
it.
you
Use your microphone, please.
Sorry, can you please repeat your motion? Sorry, that was just a mouthful.
President, is it okay if I repeat it?
Yeah, please.
My motion is that we approve the cuts in the resolution with the exception of the speech pathologists, counselors, school psychologists, the 7.5 FTE for middle/high schools, and the CT cuts for Kennedy, Richmond, and the Ansa high schools. Staff should also bring back additional cuts on contracts and services so that we can meet our fiscal solvency plan to fill what we are removing from the resolution in this motion.
Is there a second on that motion?
I second.
I'm putting a motion on the floor, which is the original motion, resolution number 2425-60, certificated reduction of particular kinds of services. Is there a second on that motion? Seeing no second, that motion dies. We go to the motion by trustee Gonzalez Hoy. Any comments on that? Go ahead.
Thank you. Yes, my comments is that I don't disagree with the finances. What I do disagree is with our priorities. I was one of the people who signed the MOUs for the secondary schedules back in the day when I was part of UTR. At first, when I was an elementary teacher, I didn't know what was going on with the high school level. I was sold by administrators over and over as of the importance and why having 7 and 8 period schedules in secondary was important, especially for areas most at need. Some people in this cabinet are the ones that sold me on that before. And the reason why is because people like myself, who are newcomers to this country, benefit from having additional courses that are available to them. Because when we first come, as we heard from many speakers, and we were talking with and I was talking to the superintendent, we have to take remedial classes in order to graduate, which does not allow us to then get enough credits to go to college. So having 7 and 8 periods actually allows us to do that. So I actually think that voting for the reduction of FTEs in secondary and asking all sides to go down to 6 periods would actually really hurt our students and hurt our system. So I think that we have to find the cuts somewhere else. Again, I'm not against the cutting to find where we need to fill, but that is not one of the cuts I support. I also do think that we cannot cut counselors and speech pathologists because when we go to the sites, I hear that services are not being provided. So even though I'm saying no to some of the cuts in this resolution, I believe there's still space in contracts and services, but I want to be clear with the public that cutting contracts and services is still going to be painful. That's contracts and services that are not going to go to the sites so that we can fill our fiscal bucket. But I don't agree with the removal of the secondary schedules. Thank you so much. And I do want to apologize to you all, the staff and the public, for not being here 2 weeks ago. Some people have sent me some very angry emails. The reason why I wasn't here for that vote is because I had a baby. If that's not okay with you, oh well, but it is okay with me, and that's why I'm here tonight. Thank you.
I have a comment. Again, I agree with what trustee Gonzalez Hoy said. I just feel in my position, I was bombarded and thrown with additional numbers that I solely didn't agree in the first place. And I believe that we need to have everybody at the table and have a study session of where are these positions coming for. Just from, I don't know if it's for anybody else's clarity, but that's how I'm feeling right now. And that's how I'm standing with it. And then I just want to make that clear. That it was the sole fact of the additional positions being added that to me, were last minute and I didn't have any clarity.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Oh my God. So, I wrote something because I didn't want to, we're doing the job that we were, hold on. We are doing the job that we were elected to do. We find ourselves in a state of uncertainty and imperative that we make immediate actions to ensure the district remains in control. For far too long, we have delayed making the tough decisions, and we can no longer afford to kick the can down the road. Now is the time to act, and we must do with the best intent of our students and family at the forefront of every decision. As a parent in this district, I take every decision seriously. I see my child in every student that we are here to serve. We have a shared responsibility to ensure every child receives the education they deserve. Collaboration is crucial, and we must work together to prioritize the well-being and future of our students. This is not a problem that is unique to us, but many other districts as well, with reductions in cut. And I truly believe that the only way that we're going to get through this is working in collaboration, and that means that at this point, stopping, because in analyzing and bringing people to the table to understand the reductions, the cuts, and the numbers. Thank you.
Dr. Moses, where in tonight's plan is a reduction of schedules?
The reduction of schedules is not specifically named in this plan. I'm checking with legal to see if it is possible to break up a resolution and approve it, but I'm fairly certain that if you don't approve it in the manner in which it's written tonight, we have to bring it back. This is not about special schedules. It's about what we must do in order to fulfill our obligations for March 15th notices. If we do not fulfill our obligation for March 15th notices, we are going to see a fiscal impact and have to answer to our oversight agent regarding our inability to fulfill our budget reduction plan. This is strictly about making sure that our decisions are responsible. And in this case, it's the certificated positions that we're discussing, and it's the funding that's secured for them. So I just wanted to add that, but this is not about schedules. That isn't what we're discussing tonight. In fact, the 7.5 FTE are a very small portion of what's happening here. The speech and language pathologist reduction, we have more vacancies than we're suggesting reduction. So this is not impacting staff. It has to do with alignment. It also has to do with the fact, and so there will not be an individual impacted with the speech and language pathologist reductions. We actually have contractors in position, and we have some speech and language pathologists with small caseloads. So I don't want the narrative to be mixed up here. We are not doing things to our staff. We are not doing things to our students. We are trying to make difficult decisions for our stability as a district. If this resolution doesn't move forward, we aren't in a position to do that. So I understand the sentiments here. I understand that we need to make decisions collaboratively. This is a preliminary decision in order to give us the right to do what we need to do. And if we don't do that this evening, then we are doing a disadvantage to our ability to continue to have local control of this district. Sorry for the long answer, but I felt compelled to speak.
Do we need to take a recess to hear from legal counsel?
Yes, it's after 9. I haven't gotten a call, text back, so I can give a call, but we should consult legal. I'm fairly certain that this resolution has to be all or nothing.
Okay, I'd like to put a motion on the floor to recess until 9:26. That'll give us 5 minutes to check in with legal. Is there any objections to that? Seeing none, we're in recess until 9:26. Okay, we're back from recess. And Dr. Moses, do you want to talk?
Absolutely. I'd like to report out what we learned from legal counsel. Are we ready to proceed, President? Okay.
Yes, we're ready. Go ahead. I'm sorry about that.
Okay, so we did confirm with legal counsel that we can strike through specific positions and amend the resolution. However, the reality is if you strike through positions and amend the resolution, we're going to need to very quickly identify for the county within the next couple days how we will make up the $3 million that you took out. They have to come from the general fund, 85% of the general fund, approximately 85% of the general fund is positions. We will not be able to cut any positions, which means that that 2.5 million approximately will have to come from student services, the 15% of the budget that we can cut without March 15th notices. So I caution the board that if you choose to strike these line items during this preliminary action, preventing us from following through with March 15th notices, there will be cuts to the unrestricted general fund student services because that is our only course of action in order to solve this fiscal solvency plan without approving these reductions in positions. With that said, I'll turn it back to you, President Reckler.
Thank you. Dr. Moses, would you please describe what a student service is and what might be involved? $2.5 million of student services.
Materials and supplies. I think this jeopardizes our $4 million that we need to set aside for a math adoption. So that would put that into question. We would need to identify areas in which we can't afford to cut. We can't cut electricity, water. We can't cut our garbage contract. So the only things that we would be able to look for reductions are student services, materials, and supplies. I also want to add, because I heard the question about examining contracts. The majority of our contracts are on the restricted funding sources. We have very few contracts on the unrestricted budget due to the great work of the Contracts Committee in the past year and a half. The Contracts Committee went line by line for every contract that we carry in this district. And if you were on that committee, then you witnessed the fact that there was very little that we could cut to impact the budget. This money will not come from contracts. The special education contribution is growing. And so aside from that contribution, services and materials and supplies are the only budget items that we'll be able to look at to make the necessary reductions.
Thank you. I'd like to move and ask one of the people who seconded, would you withdraw your motion?
I will not, but I do have a question because Dr. Moses said 3 million. It doesn't add up on the FTEs that I'm pulling off the resolution. It's 7.5 from secondary, a 0.5 FTE psychology, a 1 counselor, and 5 speech pathologists. So how do we get, that's like 1.2. How are we getting to 3 million?
Actually, for every 7 FTE of teachers, it's approximately $1 million. And that's an approximation. And that's with a modest estimate of what each teacher's salary is. I would need to go back and check these in order to give you an exact number, but it absolutely is in the $2 million ballpark. If I said 3 million, I apologize. I didn't have the exact number. But if you're calculating that this is going to be 14 FTE, that's going to be about $2.3 million.
Okay, thank you. President Reckler, I'm willing to amend my resolution if Trustee Hernandez agrees, since she seconded it, to remove the speech pathologist FTEs from my resolution, but I'm still keeping the other FTEs that I mentioned, the psychologist, counselor, and the FTEs for the secondary sites, which should be 9.5 FTEs.
You agree with that?
Can I get a clarification? I'm not sure if. So are the psychologists and counselors direct hire or contracted?
Sorry. So I believe that we have some .2 extra duty positions. And in the case of both psychologists and counselors, I believe these are extra duty positions. I could double check, but just knowing what I know about our budget and about our staffing, these are likely not people, but partial positions for partial need based upon enrollment. And if they are on this list, it means that based upon current projected enrollment, we anticipate a reduction in that position due to a reduction in our enrollment. As a declining enrollment district, we have to factor that into our calculations, and that is partially the reason why these minor, or I won't say minor, these small FTE positions are there. It's for alignment. It's not because we don't value the service, it's because we anticipate needing less of the service because our enrollment is reducing we're experiencing decline each year in enrollment. I'd further like to add, if the enrollment did present itself, we would then increase those allocated FTEs. We do assign staffing based upon our enrollment. So if we did see an increase in enrollment, we would also increase staffing.
Well, if you're okay with it through the president, I'm willing to remove those 1.5 FTEs from this to keep it, and then just do the 7.5 FTE for the high schools and the CTE FTEs that we mentioned for the 3 schools. That's if you're okay with that.
I'm fine with that.
Okay, and I'm happy to reread the motion without those, President, if you would like.
Yes, please reread your motion.
Thank you. that we approve the cuts in the resolution with the exception of the 7.5 FTEs for middle/high school and CT cuts for Kennedy, Richmond, and De Anza high schools. Staff should also bring back additional cuts on contracts and services to meet our fiscal solvency plan to fill what we are removing the resolution through this motion in the next few months.
Hold on, there's clarification. Go ahead.
The CTE reductions are separate from the 7.5. So if you're including the CTE reductions, that I believe is an additional 3 teachers. That wasn't in your original calculation.
You're right, it should be 10.5 FTEs.
So that brings us to about 1.75 million that we'll need to cut from services if we make this change.
Trustee Hernandez, do you accept that?
Yes.
Do you want to comment?
Am I allowed to? Sorry.
Sure.
Can you repeat that number of how much is going to be cut from quote unquote services?
I'm trying to clarify the number of CTE teachers. Is that 3.0 FTE? Is that what you see? It would be approximately 1.6, and these are real rough numbers, but I think it would be safe to say at least 1.3, depending upon how we calculate exactly the cost of these once we look at the people in the positions and their pay. So it's still a rough estimate, but it is definitely in that ballpark. It can be anywhere between 1.3 and 1.75.
Okay, therefore, it is our job to go out there and look for that money in order to make sure that we keep those services. And I know there's money out there that was wanting to be given to our district for a certain curriculum, and it was not accepted. So we need to find other ways and go out there and look for that reduction of services. What's your comment? I see it in your face, so.
This is a very difficult position because we all have a responsibility to our district and not just to certain positions. It is not that simple. We can't just go find money. And I understand what you're alluding to, that there is a private entity that would like to have I understand what you're saying, but it's just not that simple. The decision is yours to make. It is not mine to make. I serve at the pleasure of the board. I will do whatever you direct me to do, and I will do it to the best of my ability because it's my responsibility to ensure that the decisions that you make, we implement in order to improve our schools and our services to students. I just have a real reservation that this action is going to support with that. You are taking the FTE from 2 schools out of our 55 schools. And this is something that's going to impact our entire district, not just the secondary students and teachers at 2 schools. And I just implore you to consider the fact that I've agreed with you that we value special schedules, but we're not talking about special schedules here. I would ask that you implore our partners to work with us to find a way in which to accomplish what we all want to happen without it costing us $1.75 million. So the responsibility is everybody's to bear. It's not just the dais, it's not just the teachers, it's not just the administrators or other staff that support our students. We have a responsibility to all of our students, to all of our families, and we are thinking about the preferences for 2 schools and killing the fiscal solvency plan for 55 schools. I do believe that we need to go back and do some work. And I've reiterated to everyone that we're willing to do that work, but it sounds like you likely don't believe that we could accomplish that work with with our partners. So you're going to make the decision and force our hand. And I cannot guarantee you that we're going to be able to reduce this amount of money from the budget, regardless of what private benefactors want to, have a hand in our decisions as a district. I just don't believe that this would be responsible of us to do because it impacts so many people. So I think there's another way. And that's just my thought. Thank you.
All right, this is going to be the last comment. We got to wrap things up.
Thank you, President. And first of all, I want to thank all of you because this is a very difficult conversation, very difficult decision, especially because staff is bringing us recommendation. I just want to clarify, with this motion, we're still approving 80 out of the 93.5 FTEs to be cut. This is a very small portion of what was brought forward. Whether we like it or not, cutting those FTEs from secondary will have a negative effect on the schedules for those schools in the future. And that's what I'm hearing directly from the site administrators, from the teachers, from the parents. Now, I'm hearing something different tonight, and I don't want to disagree with our amazing superintendent because I think very highly of her, but I'm hearing something very different, and it is going to have a negative impact on 4 of our highest need schools, 2 specifically who have a 7-period schedule, who are Richmond High and Kennedy. Richmond High and De Anza, who have some of our highest need students. So we're not looking at it with an equity lens, in my opinion. Now, I just want to be clear, my position, staff brings to me recommendations. We make the decision and we say yes or no, and staff goes back and does more work. I don't like to be told, either you do this or not. If tomorrow the county wants to tell us you now have a qualified budget, even though I've been fighting with President Reckler for the last few years together to have a positive certification, because I know the impact that has had on our district, which has been really important to me to finish my term with a positive certification at one point. This is not the way to do it. I'm not just going to vote on something just because it is what it is. We have time. If tomorrow the county tells us something different, we have the next few months until June to change that and to find the cuts in service and contracts. We are talking about 1.7 million. We can find that. We can find that. We found it. Every year, President Reckler and I have cut millions of dollars every year, tens of millions of dollars since we got on the board. Now, I'm not saying that's easy, and I understand the consternation for our superintendent, but this is not a cut I'm willing to accept. Now, staff, you have the hard decision now to go back and figure out how to make it work. Or I'm voting no on the budget because I'm not willing to make those cuts for those schools. Thank you.
And now to the vote. We'll start down there with student trustees. Trustee Espinoza Jr.
For clarity, are we voting on the initial solvency plan or trustee
No, that
Gonzalez?
motion died. The only motion on the floor is the motion that trustee Gonzalez Hoy put on the floor.
No.
Student trustee Barone,
No.
trustee Hernandez,
Yes.
clerk Kenyana,
No.
trustee Gonzalez Hoy,
Yes.
and I'm a no. So we have Hernandez was a no? Oh, yes. Okay, so we have 2 yeses, 2 nos, motion fails.
I'll put in an alternative motion then. I mean, I don't know how much lower we can go, but then I move that we approve the resolution without the 7.5 FTEs for secondary, without the CTE or anything else.
Is there a second? Is there a second on that motion?
Can you repeat it, please?
Yeah, it's just a simplified version of our resolution. It's just without the CTE piece. It's now only 7.5 FTE. So it's approving the resolution without the 7.5 FTE for secondary.
I second.
I'm going to put another motion on the floor, which is the original motion to approve resolution number 2425-60, certificated reduction of particular kinds of services. Is there a second?
Sorry, President Reckler, I believe that you're not allowed to make the same, if it's failed already, you have to change it somehow.
Okay, I'll put resolution number 2425.60, certificate reduction of particular kinds of services, and Dr. Moses comes back with options around grant funding. That is my motion. Is there a second? Seeing none, the motion fails. So we go to the original motion, which is the resolution minus the 7.5 teachers at secondary. Okay, we'll start down at the end. Student trustee Espinosa Jr.,
No.
trustee Barron,
No.
trustee Hernandez,
Yes.
clerk Inyana,
No.
trustee Gonzalez Hoy,
Yes.
and I'm a no. Motion fails.
That means that this resolution fails, correct, President?
Has not passed.
President, I'll make another motion.
You know, if I may, trustee Inyana, do you have a motion that you want to put on the floor? The motion that I made was to approve the resolution, but to have Dr. Moses come back with options on what kind of grant funding is available. That failed. Correct. That failed. Sure. Does Dr. Moses want to clarify? What I'm trying to do is if you keep voting no, I'm trying to give you the option of what you want to hear. That would make you happy. So
President.
think about that and we'll go to.
President Reckler, can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Can we vote on a resolution in a special session? So if I was to make a motion to table this and for you to call a special session, so we have the 5 of us, or we have a little bit more time, could we have a special session the next few days?
So Dr. Moses, would you like to answer that?
Yes, our HR department needs time to prepare notices regarding the suggested reductions if they are going to pass a vote. And we're already beyond our timeline for that. So if you tabled it, we'd need a meeting tomorrow or Friday, and that would be pushing it. So I think those are your options. However, I don't know what's going to be different in 2 days. I would also, the 7.5 positions that you're fighting to keep on are a part of our reduction plan. If you were addressing some of the soft money positions, there's a better chance that we could identify restricted funds to bring back a soft money position. There is no other fund that can pay for these 7.5 general ed FTE related to MOUs that have not been agreed upon yet. In order for these 7.5 teachers to be employed, we would have to sign an MOU, which has not happened. So you're fighting to keep positions in that we currently do not have an MOU to fulfill. again, that's related to the work that has to happen later about how we're going to address the schedules that are the concern here tonight. So there's so many moving pieces. It's not very simple, but time is of the essence and these notices must be gone out by March 15th. And we have to abide by the contract in order to submit them in an appropriate way, which takes time, research, and lots of effort from HR.
Okay, so what's next? Is there another motion on the floor?
President, I can make a motion that we approve the resolution, but that the superintendent brings us a plan with funding for a 7-period schedule and an 8-period schedule for the schools affected. We would be approving the cuts tonight, but then she would have to have time to find funding to afford the 7-8-period schedule by the end of the school year. She can bring that back. What we care about, it sounds like, is keeping those schedules. So this would allow her that time and we would still be able to vote on this tonight.
Yeah, go ahead, because I have a question as well. I think we might have the same question. Do you want to?
You're fighting to keep positions for MOUs that expire June 30th. You are making an assumption that the district is going to sign new MOUs, and we haven't established that. We have to negotiate those. So what you're fighting to keep in cannot go forward until we do the work of deciding how MOUs are going to be structured to make this happen. Currently, the contract, although there is 8-period language, it is not in the class size reduction. It is not in the class size article. It is not in the duties, the article that establishes the work for the unit. So regardless of what you're trying to do this evening, it's premature.
But we know those schools want those schedules. We know that. I mean, no single administrator or teacher has come and said, we're fine with the cuts. We're willing to go to 6th period. Not a single school. They all want it. So it's not fair to also say that that won't happen.
But we also know that it's an action that we have to negotiate and have approved, and that also requires 3 votes.
Yeah, so if I may, this was opened under contract negotiations, and I'm getting really nervous right now about, we're having this conversation. I mean, this is like, this is a conversation since it's been sunshine between the district and the labor union. I believe this is a conversation that they need to be having, and we're like starting to have this thing. It's very concerning to me about where
No,
we are.
we can say we want 7-period schedules at our schools or 8-period schedules. We're not saying I'm directing you to go negotiate an MOU. Now that's the consequence of us saying we want a 7 or 8-period schedule, right? Of course, but that's not the case. So anyways, we're starting to argue. I take it back. If that's not willing to be taken for what I'm trying to do, then it is what it is. But I feel like we're also now, all of us, boxing ourselves in. Well, okay, there's a disagreement between the superintendent and I. I'm gonna be quiet because I think I'm gonna say something I don't mean. So, President, I'll pass back to you.
Thank you. So what I'd like to do right now is we need to extend the meeting because we're almost at 10 o'clock and we're not done and we're finishing everything on this agenda tonight. I'd like to extend the meeting until 11:30. May I have a second, please? Any of you can second it.
I'll second.
Great, thank you. We go to a vote, please. Espinoza,
Yes.
Barron,
Yes.
Hernandez,
Yes.
Vignana,
Yes.
Trustee Gonzalez Hoy.
Yes.
I'm a yes. Meeting's extended until 11:30. Okay. So let's come back. What, have you thought about it? Is there a resolution that you'd like to make?
Okay, I wanted to approve the original resolution with the addition of establishing the budget committee, like right now, so that any decision moving forward could be as open and transparent, with all partners at the table, so that we can move forward. I think this is a diehard situation that, like I said, we keep kicking the can forward and it needs to get done. We need to do it now. We need to do it for our students and we cannot keep just kicking that can down the road. So that's my amendment to it.
Great, I'll second it, starting with
President,
distant,
that's,
district budget.
sorry, President, that's not an appropriate motion. We already have a budget committee.
Right, but it has not been staffed and it's not moving.
Well, the chair is trustee Yana and the other trustee is,
No, it's me.
I'm sorry?
It's me.
I'm sorry?
It's me.
I thought it was the two new trustees that we appointed to the
No,
budget
no,
committee.
to the budget committee. I believe it's me.
Okay, I apologize. Either way, the budget committee already exists. So,
Well, to staff it and get it going. How's
Point
that?
of order, I'm sorry, can we take a break? I think there's going back and forth. And I think we need to take 2 minutes for a breather.
All right, we'll recess for 2 minutes. Back at 9:57. We're going to get started. Can we stop the conversation over here and get started, please? Trustees, we're back in session, please. All conversations on the mic, please. Thank you. Okay, so we're back to a motion. The motion was to approve the original resolution 2425-60, certificate of reduction of particular kinds of services, and to get the budget, the district budget engagement committee started again as soon as possible. There was a motion, I was a second. Do you have something on that? No, okay. All right, so that's the motion on the floor. And all right, discussion? All right, we're going to the vote. Trustee Espinoza Jr.?
I'm so sorry. I just got back here. Can I get a re-clarification on the motion?
Sure. So we're back to the original motion, sort of, which is 242560, certificate of reduction of particular kinds of services with the addition to restart the district budget engagement committee as soon as possible. It is a committee that is on our, in our policies, and it has definitely fallen to the wayside. It has not restarted again, and the motion is to get that committee staffed and operating as soon as possible.
This is to pass the resolution.
Correct.
Okay. No.
Trustee Hernandez?
No.
Trustee Yana?
Yes.
Clerk Gonzalez Hoy?
no.
And I am a yes. Motion fails. Okay, any other motions?
President, the only thing I can do is amend my original motion, if you like me to. Otherwise, we can just move forward.
Okay, go ahead.
I move that we approve the resolution without the 7.5 FTE for secondary and the 0.5 psychologist. Just because I have to make a different motion than what I've done before. I just added the psychologist, the 0.5.
And so what's left?
Everything else.
Is
So
there a-
we would be cutting 83 FTEs.
Is there a second?
I second.
Okay, Gonzalez Hoy moved it, Hernandez seconded it.
Ask a question.
Yes, question.
What would be the budget impacts on that?
I would be the same amount other than adding the 0.5 of the counselors would likely add about 80,000, or I'm sorry, I'm tired, about 62,000. So it would still be in the ballpark of what we mentioned before. And because these are fiscal reduction positions, we would still need to immediately identify the reductions for the county from the general fund.
Okay, did you get your answer? And it's your turn to vote. Oh, wait, I'm sorry, Espinoza was oh no, I'm sorry. Your vote, right? Yeah. Clerk, with, oh, I'm sorry. Sorry. Student trustee Espinoza Junior, you're a, no? Sorry. I shouldn't have said that.
No, it's okay. Um, I mean, in the end, it is an advisory vote, but no.
Trustee Barone,
I abstain.
trustee Hernandez,
Yes.
clerk Kenyana. Trustee Gonzalez Hoy,
Yes.
clerk Kenyana,
Yes.
and I'm a no. Motion passes. Trustee Gonzalez Hoy with 7.5 and 0.5. Counselor, okay. Did you guys get all that, or do you need a clarification? Oh, okay. Okay, we're up to now E4, resolution number 2425-61, classified reduction of particular kinds of services. Dr. Camille Johnson, up on this one?
Thank you, President Reckler. Resolution 2425-61 addresses the need to reduce or continue particular kinds of classified services due to a lack of work or lack of funds for the 2025-26 school year pursuant to Education Code Sections 45117, 45308, and 45298, which stipulates that any employee laid off shall be eligible for reemployment. The classified reduction list consists of two categories. One, fiscal solvency reductions related to the fiscal solvency plan previously approved. And two, restricted funded positions that are currently identified as uncertain grant renewals. And as a remembrance, these are preliminary and precautionary. Final decisions will be made in May.
Thank you. We'll go to public comment. 10 minutes, 1 minute per speaker. Is there any public comment on this item?
Yes, we have public comment. Gabrielle Micheletti, please unmute yourself.
Remember, you as the board are in charge. The county comes in based off the projections and analysis that is submitted to them by this district. Have you looked at the patterns and the differences between the budget and the first interim? I encourage you to do so and look back several years. I'm also happy to share spreadsheets where I've done this work. Each year, between the budget and the first interim, there's a large increase in the estimates for the certificated salaries. This year, it was a $7 million bump. Last year, it was, I believe, a $9 million, well, it ultimately ended up being a $17 million bump by the second interim, and by the unaudited actuals, it did not come true. These documents that are being submitted to the county are artificially inflated in a way that is hurting our students. Please look at the numbers that are being presented and do not simply take staff at their word. Thank you.
Our next public comment is Shanae. Please unmute yourself.
Hi, this is Shanae from Teamsters. I just kind of want to reiterate on some things that were comments that were made by Dr. Moses during the certificated cuts. So March 15th is the actual due date. However, last school year, the district mailed out their layoff notices actually on the 15th, as long as they're post stamped by that date. So there's no rush to approve these layoffs. There's still work to do, and I encourage the board to do the work, to go in, check out those. I'm sorry, guys, I'm
I'm driving home. Check out what else can be cut. Also, I want to add, the union never, we didn't know that these cuts were coming out of grants. If there was transparency and partnership, we would have known that. So I would like to partner. I would like the board to vote no on these votes and have a partnership.
Our next public comment is Jean Kinstner. Please unmute yourself.
Good evening, board. I teach at Birdie Elementary, and I kind of take offense to being or hearing it told that cutting the speech pathologist won't hurt our kids. We don't have a live speech pathologist in the flesh, in human form at our school. We have Zoom. And 2 years ago, I had asked for 4 kids to be assessed for speech services. It never happened. This year, 2 are still waiting. And the reason? Oh, well, they're online. She doesn't have time, can't be done. We really need to cut Zoom speech, if anything, and not our in-person people. It does hurt our kids. It might be good for the district if we don't qualify them and don't have to service them. But one of the kids, I can't even understand. They will qualify if they ever get assessed. Thank you.
Next public comment is Francisco Ortiz.
We saw today the dysfunction, the disarray that has been communicated to me by cabinet members, the intimidation tactics that force rush decisions. We need collaboration. Every single cabinet member has my direct phone number. Every board member has my phone number. We have been excluded from all the decision-making process or in the collaboration since the new administration takeover. This situation has been imposed on us, but we're ready to fight. Good night.
That concludes public comment.
Thank you. Okay, are there any questions from board members on this resolution?
I have a question.
Go ahead.
Sorry, I turned off my mic. Long night. Just the same questions I had for the prior resolutions. Were the labor union consulted in the decision-making process as well as these? I'm specifically speaking in regards to the restricted fund positions. When it comes to my question, especially, if these staff are union members, why aren't we collaborating with the unions to talk to them about this?
The answer is going to be the same as with certificated reductions. These decisions are driven by budget. And unless we can sit down with labor and discuss how they're going to support us with some additional ways in which to reduce the current expenditures that we are committed to, there isn't any discussion that we can have with labor that is going to alleviate the need to have these reductions.
My second question is, what specific funding sources are currently supporting these soft positions? Do we know of?
Yes, thank you for that question. Current positions are coming from Site LCAP, Site Title I, Comprehensive Schools Improvement, federal funds, IDEA, California Community Schools Partnership Grant, CTE Incentive Grant, LCFF Multiplier, the Ed Fund, the Scully Foundation, Title IV, Title III, and IDEA, and Prop 28 site funding. There are a handful of other miscellaneous donations and smaller grants, but those are the largest ones.
My last question, are these contracted or directly hired with the district positions?
District staff are directly hired with the district.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions on this item? Okay, I'll take a motion. Resolution number 2425-61, classified reduction of particular kinds of services. I'll go ahead and move it. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Is there any comments? Seeing none, we'll go to the vote. Trustee Espinoza Jr.,
No.
trustee Barone,
No.
trustee Hernandez,
Can you come back to me?
clerk Ignano,
Yes.
trustee Gonzalez Hoy,
No.
clerk Ignano. I'm sorry, trustee Hernandez, all right, I'm gonna go ahead. I'm a yes. Trustee Ignano, sorry. Looking at you, trustee Hernandez, are you ready to vote?
Sorry, I know I'm taking forever. No.
Motion fails. Is there another motion that people would like to put on the floor?
I'll move that we approve the resolution cutting the grant-funded positions only.
Is there a second?
I second.
Is there discussion? Go to the vote. Student trustee Ignano. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I keep looking at you. I'm gonna. Trustee Espinoza.
Can I just get clarification? Which positions are exactly grant positions?
Dr. Moses, do you want to answer that?
Sure. Let me pull up the resolution. On this resolution, there are 72.91 full-time equivalent positions that are grant funded. There are 1150 FTE that are related to fiscal solvency reductions.
Can you clarify how we would be breaking that list up?
In terms of funding source or in terms of position type?
Funding source.
Yes. There are 44.4 positions funded under IDEA. Those are vacancies that we're reducing in the special education department. There are 11.6 Prop 28 positions that are dependent upon sites renewing those positions with their site allocations for Prop 28. There are 4.5 positions that are site LCAP, and those have to be renewed by the school site council. There are 4.4 positions that are site Title I positions that need to be renewed by the school site council. There are an additional 3.23 special education positions, but with a federal allocation. There are 1.5 positions that are site-funded community schools partnership site allocations. There is one position that is related to the LCFF multiplier, which is dependent upon the LCAP plan for the next year. And there are 2.3 positions that come from miscellaneous donations that we need to find out if that funding is going to be renewed.
Okay, so the motion that's on the table is to, can you repeat your motion?
Yeah, through the president, it was just that we approve the cuts for the grant funded positions only. The 11, that's the 11 FTEs and the fiscal solvency plan would not be cut under this position, under this motion, just the 72.91.
Okay. So if our schools decide, because some of these reductions are school approved reductions that are on the table right now. So if our school sites decide not to allocate the funding back into these positions, what is the repercussion of that?
Well, the reason for the reduction is if site cannot or does not choose to bring it back, it has to be eliminated because we don't have a funding source for it. So if sites choose not to bring the positions back, they will end up appearing in our finalized list of May 15th final reductions. However, there's a process driven by the Teamsters, driven by the several classified contracts that we have, where our staff members, we don't know who would be impacted or how because it's driven by seniority and other rules of the contract. So I can't tell you exactly what the impact would be, but if sites choose not to bring it back, there will be some movement and a reduction.
Do you have additional questions? Do you have one additional question?
It's not well, it's a question for trustee Gonzalez.
Okay, you have to you should actually direct it to me and then I can.
Okay.
Sorry. So you'd like to ask me a question, I'll allow it.
Yeah, sorry. I guess, are we able to modify the motion and approve the solvency plan positions to reduce and then the grant? I don't know if that's making sense. I'm sorry. It's just.
So I believe that's what he's asked for, is to approve the positions in the fiscal
just switch
solvency
it, I guess?
plan. To switch it.
Other way, we approved the 72 FTEs to cut for the grant funded. And
Right,
then
so
we
I'm sorry.
retained the 11 in the fiscal solvency plan. Are you asking to switch that?
Switch it, yes. I don't know if it's allowed.
The only thing, I mean, we can edit the motion, but the only thing that probably staff would say is that then we are committing to having those 72 positions. Where potentially it could be that a site decides not to continue that position, right? And 72 versus 11 is a big difference, right, funding wise?
Yeah, so in this particular case, I would actually put a different motion on the floor Because it's exactly the opposite. It's not a little thing that you're asking. So he can have his motion and then you can make your own motion is the way that I would advise that. Should you wish to proceed. I have a question though, if I may ask Dr. Moses. So is there a guarantee that schools are going to get the same funding to continue the same positions for site councils?
There are no guarantees when it comes to restricted funding. Right now, our biggest concern is the threat of the removal of federal funding, which we don't know if they'll follow through on that threat. But if, for example, there was a decrease in Title I or an elimination of Title I, schools would not have that money. We can't predict what's going to happen with next year's funding. We haven't received those allocations, but in terms of what we contribute to schools from LCAP and the Prop 28 money is pretty stable. So there are some stable funding sources, but other funding sources we don't have control of. We don't know. It's uncertain.
Thank you. Okay, so do you want to put another motion on the floor?
Yes. So I motion to approve the 11 FTE positions being reduced due to the physical solvency plan, and to bring back the restricted fund, the 72.91 restricted fund positions.
And when you say bring back, what does that mean so that I may be clear?
Well,
You wanna-
directing staff to try to make sure that these grants come back or look for new grants.
So are you suggesting that those positions, is it the original motion, but with the kicker to come back with funding sources?
Correct.
Okay, so,
Sorry, President Reckler, I think that there's confusion on the original motion. My motion is not for the 72 FTEs grant funded. It's only for the 11 to retain.
right,
Trustee Hernandez is requesting we retain the 72 FTE grant funded, but not the 11 in the fiscal solvency plan. If I hear that correctly, is the
Correct.
opposite of the original
Correct.
motion.
Yes, I worded it incorrectly. Sorry.
great, okay. So we're clear on that? Is there a second on that motion? Seeing none, that motion dies. Are there other motions on the floor, for the floor? Seeing none, we're back to the original motion. Comments? None. Okay, we'll start with the vote. Student trustee Espinoza,
No.
student trustee Barone,
No.
trustee Hernandez,
No.
clerk Kenyatta.
Can you repeat the original motion?
Sure, so we're keeping the 11 classified that's in the fiscal solvency plan. And we are releasing all of the grant funded positions.
No.
Trustee Gonzalez Way.
Yes.
And I'm a no, so the motion fails. Does anybody else want to put another motion on the floor?
President Reckler, I'll make a motion that we approve the resolution with the caveat that the budget committee is restarted and that the budget committee's goal is to find savings to bring some of these positions back.
I will second that. Okay, any comments? Okay, we'll go to the vote. Trustee Espinoza Jr.,
It's a long night. Can you repeat the motion again?
we're going back to the original motion, but we're adding that the District Budget Engagement Committee starts immediately and they are tasked with bringing back funding opportunities as soon as possible.
To bring, sorry, the goal to find savings in other areas in order to bring back some of these positions?
Oh, sorry.
Sorry.
Okay. Finding savings to bring back some of these positions.
How long will that take? Abstain.
Trustee Barone,
No.
trustee Hernandez,
Yes.
Clerk Inyana,
Yes.
trustee Gonzalez Hoy,
Yes.
and I'm a yes. Ah, the motion passes. Okay. Now we are up to E1, adoption of resolution number 2425.58, authorizing adoption of the new state statutory level 1 school facility developer fees on residential, commercial, industrial, and senior housing construction. I believe, Ms. Payne, this is you.
Yes, good evening, Board. Tonight for this item, we ask that the board hold a public hearing and adopt the resolution. Adopting this resolution would allow us to increase the per square footage cost and increase the revenue received. Also attached to the agenda is the school facility needs assessment justifying the increased cost. We have here with us tonight a representative from School Facility Consultants, and we do have a presentation. But in the interest of time, I just asked the board if you'd like to hear the presentation or hold the public hearing and move forward.
What is the board's pleasure? Do you want to hear the presentation or just go straight to the public hearing? Well, actually, we'll open the public hearing, you make a few words and then okay. So I am opening public hearing for the adoption of resolution number 2425-58, authorizing adoption of the new state statutory level 1 school facility developer fees on residential, commercial, industrial, and senior housing construction. I've opened the public hearing. We will have a brief presentation should the board request it. We will take public comment, ask questions, and then close public hearing. So with that, we're open. Does anybody on the board want to hear the presentation? Okay, no, nothing. Are there questions on this item? Is there public comment on this item?
No public comment.
Okay. Anything else? All right. I'm closing the public hearing. All right. I will accept a motion for adoption of resolution number 2425-58, authorizing adoption of a new state statutory level 1 school facility developer fees on residential, commercial, industrial, and senior housing construction.
So moved.
Gonzalez Hoy has moved it. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, and Yana seconds. Comments? None. Go to the vote. Student trustee Barone,
I abstain.
trustee Hernandez,
Yes.
clerk Inyana,
Yes.
trustee Gonzalez Hoy,
Yes.
and I'm a yes. Motion carries. Okay, E2, 2025 CSBA Delegate Assembly Election. Okay, so the California School Boards Association, CSBA, has issued its ballot for candidates for the California Delegate Assembly Subregion 7A, Contra Costa County, to serve a 2-year term beginning April 1, 2025 to March 31st, 2027. The ballot provides for the board to vote for 2 candidates. And in your packet, there was lots of information about these candidates. Okay, and so, excuse me just for a second. Okay, so we need to vote for 2. And the delegates will serve 2-year terms beginning April 1, 2025 to March 31st, 2027. And the ballot has the names of 5 candidates for Contra Costa County. The little asterisk denotes the incumbent. So I believe it's Tweed Dio Jensen from Brentwood, Katie Foreman from Lafayette, Tamila Hawley from Liberty Union High School District, Susanna Ordway, San Ramon Valley, who's also an incumbent, so that would be Twee and Susanna, who are incumbents, and then Stephanie Tavis from John Swett Unified School District. We are looking for 2 candidates. Would anybody like to nominate any candidates for this?
President, I don't know of any of you, but I don't know any of these people. So I will just make a motion that we put forward the
The incumbents?
incumbents.
Okay, I'll second that. Any questions or comments on that? All right, we'll go to the vote. So that'll be Tweed, Dow Jensen, and Susanna Ordway. And we'll go to the vote. Student trustee Barone,
Yes.
trustee Hernandez,
Yes.
clerk Kenyana,
Yes.
trustee Gonzalez Hoy,
Yes.
and I'm a yes. Okay, so we got that done. Terrific, everybody. Good job. Okay, now we're up to leadership. So we are now up to F. Public hearing for leadership, public high school Richmond renewal. Do you have anything you want to say on this?
Yes.
Trustee Clerk Kenyana?
I
Go
do.
ahead.
So I will be recusing myself from this item. My child is currently enrolled at LPS and I wish to avoid any appearance of improperty. Therefore, I will not participate or vote on this item.
Perfect. Okay, yeah. Clerk Kenyana is going to leave the dais and sit in a back room back here behind the stage. And we will call you after we are done with this. You're leaving? No, she's just going to the back room because she recused herself. So she's just leaving the, oh my gosh. We'll call you when we're done. Okay, so leadership.
Yes, right.
Okay, so tonight we are doing a public hearing on the renewal of charter for Leadership Public High School. The way it is going to work is I will open the public hearing. Staff will make a presentation, leadership will make a presentation, we will take public comment, board members will ask questions, and then we will close the public hearing. So I'm going to go ahead and do that right now. I'm opening the public hearing. And does anybody from the West Contra Costa Unified School District have presentation on this item?
Mr. Hart, do we have an introduction?
Sorry about that. Not certain if we are still joined by our consultant. I'm guessing he is not here any longer.
No, I am present. This is Douglas Pelton.
He's online.
I am, yes.
Thank you. If you would go ahead and make any opening comments you would like to do, please.
Very good. We have the presentation for Leadership Public School Richmond on the screen right now. There is a district presentation that's separate, that's not on the screen, but I'm happy to introduce leadership quickly. That's the intent here. We are having the public hearing tonight for Leadership Public Schools Richmond to present their charter renewal petition as required under Education Code 47607B. And I'll very quickly introduce the subject here. The Leadership Public School initial petition was approved by the West Contra Board of Trustees in August of 2003 for opening. Leadership was renewed 3 times in 2007, 2012, and 2017. Assembly Bill 130 extended all of the charter expirations in 2022 by 2 years, and Senate Bill 114 extended by another year. That's why we're hearing the first renewal petition since 2020 by the district. We are in the process, according to Assembly Bill 1505, where we hold the public hearing within 60 days of the receipt of the renewal petition, and the charter school presents that petition in this public hearing. We will then hold a decision hearing according to AB 1505 within 90 days, and we've agreed with Leadership Public School to be able to extend that by 30 days should the district or the charter school need the additional time. Renewals are going to be considered under a 3-tiered system utilizing the performance indicators in the California School Dashboard. Leadership Public Schools Richmond is a middle performing charter school, and therefore being considered for a 5-year renewal term. The current status of the work is that the preliminary analysis of the petition has begun largely by staff at West Contra. The petition review team and the charter oversight staff did a site visit to Leadership Public School Richmond on January 22nd of 2025. And we are presenting the renewal petition here tonight, and Leadership Public Schools will do that very shortly. And we will be finalizing staff findings in a report to be produced 15 days in advance of the decision hearing, or at least 15 days in advance of the decision hearing. And we are currently pending the decision on what date that will be. It will probably be in the late March or early April timeframe. And that concludes my introduction to the subject. And I'd like to turn it over for the next section, which would be the presentation of the petition by Leadership Public Schools Richmond.
I might, let me also, before they jump into the presentation. Sorry, recognize Mr. Pelton with Edmetrics. He works with.
I think you need to turn off the sound on your computer.
Thank you. I just wanted to acknowledge the good work that Mr. Pelton has done. He is a consultant with us from Edmetrics. He ensures that we are in compliance with the annual charter oversight requirements. Works with Margarita Rosa out of the Department of Business Services. Sorry, it was technology challenged and missed that opportunity at the outset. So hoping better late than never, and turn it over to the folks from leadership.
Great, thank you. Would people from leadership like to come forward and press the little person with the.
Testing.
There
Here?
you go, good.
All right, thank you very much. Well, good evening, board members, interim superintendent, Dr. Kim Moses, and community members. I'm Dr. Brent Daniels. I'm the superintendent CEO of Leadership Public Schools. Thank you for the opportunity to present LPS Richmond's 5-year charter renewal request. Next slide, please. Tonight, I will demonstrate how LPS Richmond meets all renewal criteria, delivers strong academic outcomes, and prepares students for post-secondary success. We respectfully ask for your support in improving our renewal for 5 years as a middle tier school. Next slide. Meeting the 5-year renewal standards. LPS Richmond qualifies for renewal under California law as a middle performing charter school. Our students are achieving at levels that surpass both state and similar schools. Approving Richmond's renewal is in the best interest of students. Next slide, a little bit about our school. Now we serve approximately 546 students, and we're grades 9 through 12. We're located in central Richmond with a student population of 96% Hispanic Latino, 2% African American. Over a quarter of our students are English learners, 65% qualify for free and reduced lunch, and 8% receive special education services. At LPS, we are committed to inclusive college preparatory education that drives long-term success for students. Next slide. One of our highlights is around our graduation rate. It's around 97%, which exceeds state and county averages. On the dashboard for 2024, every significant student group received a blue rating, the highest possible on the California dashboard graduation rates. These results demonstrate sustained academic progress and reinforce why renewal is in the best interest of students. Our subgroups include English learners, Hispanic, long-term English learners, and socioeconomically disadvantaged students. Next slide, please. For our overall academic growth, LPS Richmond students are achieving significant academic growth. Our latest ELA math scores showed major gains, more than 40 distance from standard points. English learners, a priority group, are making faster progress than the state average at 54.2% for English learner progress. We're very proud of our staff and students for their hard work and parents. Next slide. We're also working on closing the achievement gap. On the 2024 dashboard, LPS Richmond outperformed state averages in three areas: English language arts, English learner progress, and college and career readiness. Next slide. In looking at the ELA performance and looking at our subgroups compared to the state, Leadership Public Schools exceeded the state for ELA averages for our English learners, Hispanic students, and socioeconomically disadvantaged students. Next slide. In math, we witnessed an increase from our distance from standard from 31 to 46 points. If you can look and see on the presentation, you'll see the orange and the yellow. What we found was that for Hispanic and socioeconomically disadvantaged students, we're very close to meeting or exceeding the state for math. These results show that our instructional strategies, including illustrative math and academic support, are working in preparing students for long-term success. Next slide. LPS of Richmond uses the National Student Clearinghouse to track our students' progress after graduation and measure their college enrollment, persistence, and completion rates. LPS Richmond demonstrates strong post-secondary outcomes as defined by college enrollment, persistence, and completion rates equal to similar peers. Next slide. For key data since 2014-15, our college enrollment rates have exceeded local high schools within a 4-mile radius and the state, as shown. Next slide. Since 2016, our 2-year post-high school enrollment rates have also remained high compared to national averages compared to low-income high schools. Our percentages range between 85 to 63% over the term of our charters. Next slide. And looking at strong persistence, looking at from freshman to sophomore college persistence rates, they align with low-income high schools nationally. Since 2016, LPS persistence rates have ranged from 85 to 72% for students, showing our dedication and preparation for our students to succeed in college. Next slide. And looking at our 6-year college completion rate compared to schools nationally, LPS has a rates that reach as high as 34 and 35% compared to schools across the nation that are at 29%, demonstrating that our students are completing degrees within 6 years and prepared for college. For the final slide, just wanted to summarize some key points. LPS Richmond is meeting and exceeding renewal standards. Our students are achieving academic growth, graduating at high rates, and succeeding in college relative to their peers. Our staff, parents, and students are committed to ensuring every student, regardless of their background, has opportunity for a high-quality education. Approving this renewal ensures continued success for the students that we serve. In the appendix of the presentation, there's more information for the community and the board around what schools are used for comparison data, our historical Black College University tours, our college tours, parent and educational partnerships, and other highlights. We thank you and appreciate your partnership in hearing us this evening.
Thank you very much. Is there any public comment on this item? Okay, we'll put 10 minutes on the clock. 1 minute per person.
Okay, our first public comment is Ruben Orona.
Good evening, board members, student trustees, and community stakeholders. My name is Ruben Orona, and I have the privilege of serving as the acting principal at LPS Richmond, a school located in the heart of the Iron Triangle. I joined the admin team 4 years ago as we returned from distance learning and have witnessed the resilience, challenges, and successes. We have made tremendous strides in student engagement and achievement. Our EO learners have shown 13% improvement, elevating us to a green indicator on the California dashboard. Through our partnership with UC Berkeley and UCLA's REACH network, we have taken a data-driven approach to reflect and analyze suspension rates, ensuring that our practices promote meaningful conversation, not just consequences. LPS Richmond is committed to academic rigor, diverse career pathways, and a holistic approach to support services. Tonight, I urge you to grant our school a positive renewal. Thank you.
Our next public comment is Jean Kinchner. Please unmute yourself.
Hello, just a quick, I could not find any button to comment on the other open forum. And for this one, those numbers sound amazing. I'm wondering for us to duplicate or even compete against a charter school, what is the class size and student to teacher ratio? Are they committed and mandated to follow the same curriculum that the rest of the district is, or are they free to go get good rigorous curriculum to help drive these improvements? Just some things to think about. Thank you.
Our next public comment is Marisol Cruz.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Marisol Cruz, and I am a senior at LPS. Today, I want to speak about something that means a lot to me and to all of us. As students, we're invested in our success of our school, which has shaped who we are and will continue to shape our future. I have first-handedly experienced how this school is dedicated to both my academic success and personal growth. I've been involved in sports, clubs, and student government. I see my teachers dedicated to my success, spending a couple of hours after school to support me. Whenever I need a teacher's help, the teacher is always there to support me, often just by checking in and asking how my day is going. As we look ahead, let's continue investing in the next generation, ensuring that they have the same great teachers, programs, and community we have had. Thank you to everyone who has supported this school. I'm excited for the future and how our school will continue to grow with the renewal of our charter. Thank you.
Our next public comment is Cheryl Sudoth. Please unmute yourself.
Cheryl said it. Am I to understand that there are only two board members left in the room? I'm asking that question, but I wasn't going to speak, but I'm in DC this week and I'm here in the midst of all of the chaos. I'm listening to this. I think this school is great. The numbers sound really good. But if we're going to talk about inclusiveness versus exclusivity, as a Latina, I still have an issue with a school that is 96% Latino or Hispanic, in your words, does not sound inclusive, sounds exclusive. So I'd like to know, I'd like for you to go ahead and approve it, but also put some parameters that there's some outreach to other people in the community so that it doesn't appear to be an exclusive opportunity. And as the last speaker said, it would be great to learn what they're doing so you can duplicate it in the district. With that, have a good night.
Our next public comment is Christian Fernandez. Our next public comment is Elisa Casey.
Good evening. Can you hear me? Okay. Hi, my name is Alyssa Casey. I'm proud to say this is my 7th year as a visual arts teacher at LPS Richmond, and I'm also the president of East Bay Educators United. The data that Dr. Daniels presented speaks for itself. Our students have consistently demonstrated growth in academic achievement in our innovative programs, from our CT program and our discipline-specific coaching support for teachers to spread the best teaching practices to all students, to our freshman retreat and robust wellness counseling prepares students not only for success in higher education, but also beyond. At LPS Richmond, we foster a strong sense of community, equity, and inclusion, creating a nurturing space where students feel safe, valued, and empowered. Renewing our charter will allow us to continue this vital work and expand our impact in the community. Thank you for your time this evening.
Our next public comment is Sophia Thomas.
Hello, good night, board members. My name is Sophia Thomas. I am a 9th grade math teacher at LPS Richmond, and this is my 18th year at the school. As a dedicated member of the community, I strongly support the renewal of our charter. In my 18 years as a member of staff, I've witnessed firsthand the profound impact our school has had on students, families, and the broader community that we serve. LPS Richmond provides a rigorous, student-centered, learning, safe environment that fosters academic excellence, social, emotional growth, and a commitment to lifelong learning. We ensure that our classrooms demonstrate a high level of student-centered engagement while providing a rigorous, equitable education. What's more, our educators are deeply invested in each child's success, aimed truly at supporting the whole child. Please help.
Our next public comment is Ana Gutierrez.
Buenas noches a todos. Yo soy una mamá de 4 hijos. Mi nombre es Ana Gutiérrez. Mis hijos han estado en la escuela por 15 años.
I'm a mom of 4 children. My students have been in the school for 4 years.
No, por 15 años.
15 years, sorry, for 15 years.
Todos han salido graduados de la escuela. Los maestros son algo similar a ser sus padres o hermanos en la escuela. Es una comunidad que siempre está unida con nosotros.
All the teachers have been like a family. They've been all, um, they care about the students and they have been all working together in the community.
Y vengo esta noche a pedirles, por favor, que estén considerando en volvernos a dar esa oportunidad.
I'm sorry, I forgot to say that they all have been graduated, and she's here to advocate for the school so that they continue giving this opportunity to other families and support all the families in this school.
Gracias a todos por escucharnos y darnos la oportunidad a los padres de estar aquí con ustedes. Muchas gracias.
Thank you for listening and for giving us the opportunity to be here tonight with you.
Our next public comment, it's Alondra Reyes.
Oh, there you go. Good evening, board members and community stakeholders. I'm Alondra Reyes Avalos, and it's a privilege to be a teacher at LPS Richmond. I served as a Chicano and Spanish teacher and lead the Latinx club on campus named Raíces. 2 years ago, I returned to LPS as an alumni teacher, and since then, I've been honored to be a part of this great school community. While the support of our current admin team, with the support of our current ADMA team, we've dedicated ourselves to creating an environment that is inclusive, safe, and empowering for our students. Through programs like Chicano Studies, we offer students the chance to explore their own identities and learn more about their community. This class has also inspired our juniors and seniors to commit to social justice, encouraging them to take pride in themselves and utilizing their resources and platform to raise awareness about global issues happening today. LPS Richmond isn't just a school to me, it's where I grew up, where I learned, and where I now have the opportunity to give back to the community that shaped me. Tonight, I ask that you grant our school a positive renewal. Thank you.
Our next public comment is Jocelyn Mazer.
High school board members and decision makers, as a parent of a student who has attended charter schools for the past 5 years, I am strongly supporting the renewal of Leadership Public School Richmond. The decision to have my son attend a charter school was one of the best I have made for his educational journey, and I firmly believe that this school has been instrumental in his success. What stands out the most about LPS Richmond is the exceptional care and dedication that the teachers provide. They genuinely invest in each student's academic and personal growth, offering support whenever it's needed. The individual attention for my son allows him to thrive, and I feel confident that his unique needs and learning style are being met in ways that traditional schools may not always have the resources to provide. Having the choice to send my son to a school that nurtures his abilities and supports his progress is invaluable. The flexibility and personalized environment foster his success in a way that is simply unmatched. It is my hope that our families can continue to benefit from the same opportunities that have allowed my son to grow and excel.
Our last public comment is MacBook Pro. Please unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Ardo Rentila. I'm calling to ask that you deny the renewal for this charter school simply because charter schools are robbing the district of ADA money. And the reason that we're in the predicament we are today is because of charter schools, mostly because of charter schools. And so I'm asking you to vote no on this renewal. Thank you.
And I believe that ends public comment.
Yes.
Okay, so just to be clear, this is just a hearing. There's no vote tonight, just so that everybody knows. Okay, we're going to move to questions. Does anybody have any questions? Trustee Hernandez, you do?
Yeah, just wanted to get some clarification on their application and admission process. And if it's on a lottery basis or first come, first serve. I don't know if you guys are able to answer that.
Yes, we're going to have a staff member answer that question for you.
So LPS is a part of the West Contra Costa enrolls, and so it is, if the number of applicants exceeds the spaces available within the class, then a lottery is run.
So, what are your specific outreach strategies to ensure that, families are informed, you know, specifically English language learners, students with disabilities, and foster youth?
Good evening, Board. My name is Yasmin Franco. I'm the school manager at LPS. I figured I should introduce myself. So we participate in Go Public Schools education fairs. We outreach to our local middle schools to partner to give information. We do one-on-one enrollment consultation, if you would say, for the registration process with our families, providing Chromebooks to them, as it is an online application and registration process. I hope that answers part of your question.
Yes, thank you. And my last question is, what is your student retention rate?
Yeah, we can provide that information to the board. We don't have that on the ready this evening. We can send that out to you.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, I have a couple of questions too. Any other questions over there? Okay. So I'm wondering if you can address your demographics, which do not mirror our demographics. You are 3% African American, where we're probably somewhere between 10 and 12, 9% disabled, and we're probably like 12 to 14. You're 94.5% Hispanic Latino, where we are like, I don't know, like around the 60 mark, 57, something like that. And then for SPED, there wasn't a lot of data on the type of SPED student that you're serving, but about 80% of your SPED students spend the full day in a regular class, whereas we are points and points below that number. So can you talk about recruiting a diverse group of students that looks like our district?
Well, yeah, what I can share is that what we're doing is providing professional development for our staff in ways of, like Dr. Charles Ard, for example. Dr. Ard Rogers Ard presented for us, and working with our staff on ensuring that we're inclusive for all students and all cultures. In addition to that, we're very mindful about hiring highly qualified staff and having a diverse staff. So we do have staff that reflect the population of the community to make sure that all students know they're welcome. We also have a historical Black college tour that's our third year that we've had. And we have that tour in place to be a resource for the students that we do serve, to make sure that we're meeting their needs. So those are part of our recruitment efforts, is to have a staff that when students come to the school, they can see someone that looks like them, as well as providing professional and training and development for our staff to ensure we have an inclusive environment, welcoming of all students, regardless of their background, including if they have a learning disability. When it comes to our special ed program, our director is here, but we really promote inclusion for our students, for our staff, and provide professional development for our teachers around UDL to support students in the classroom, universal design for instruction, and have push-in services for our special education students. We do have some SPED students that do have a period where they may not be in the regular ed class and receive support services. So that's the program that we offer for the community.
Specifically, how do you recruit African-American students?
Well, we essentially offer programs that when African-American students attend, they can feel supported. If a student were to apply and they're African-American, they would be admitted into our school. We do have staff that are African-American. As a superintendent, we try to reach out to families and have committees where we meet with parents to determine how can we make the school welcoming. And those are our efforts that we use.
Okay, thank you. I want to talk about suspensions, suspensions of African-American students, of which there are not a lot, but we'll start back in 2018. There was a 9.5% suspension rate for African-American students, which was a increase of 3.5%. It is in line with the state. So, you know, there was an increase, but you're still at the state level. In 2019, 26.3% were suspended at least once. That was an increase of 16.8%. The state was at 8.8%. And once again, we're talking about very few students, but still, you know, it outpaces your other groups at school and it outpaces the state average. There's really no data up until 2024. There's something wrong with 2023's data in the California dashboard. So I threw that out. And then in 2024, 21.1% were suspended at least one day. And that was a multiple point increase. I can't read my handwriting. I can't tell if it's 16.3 or 11.3.
What I can
Let's give you 11.
Yeah. I
And the
mean,
state is at 8.4. So I'm just wondering what have you got going on there? And how are you trying to mitigate this?
Yeah. As I shared earlier, we are engaging in professional development with our staff and implementing restorative justice practices for our community to better serve our students. One thing I can share is a lot of times when you have small numbers in number, that's going to really impact like your percentages and make the percentages look higher compared to other numbers. So if you can send me the question, I think I'd be able to respond more fully. But what I can say, what is going on is that we have a reduction in those suspensions for African-American students. That's the trend line. And I attribute that to the fact that we are engaging in professional development and training. We do have a BSU at our school. As I shared earlier, we have our HBCU tour that we have, as well as a committee that we started 2 years ago for last year for parents of African-American students to hear and learn from the parents how we can make the school more supportive for African-American students in our school.
Okay, thank you. And then I want to touch on something which is positive, which is, and I also see a decline here, I want to say, but it's still, you're a lot over the state average. Okay, I want to come back to something which is positive, which is in college and career. Obviously, during the pandemic, things really slipped off, but what I do see is really a steady line of more students being prepared for college and career after the pandemic. So can you talk about what you're doing, which is causing that trend line to go up?
Well, essentially during the pandemic, we were impacted by staffing. We had a staffing shortage during that time. And as a result, we had some students in virtual learning. We actually had them on virtual learning platforms for instruction. So post pandemic, we've been able to have retain our teachers through negotiations and offer a stronger program. And so as a result of that, our students having an in-person teacher, they'll have higher scores on AP exams as well as on the CASP, which is a through line to our increased college and career readiness. So essentially, it's a bounce back from the pandemic, And you'll see that we have an increase in all of our scores since that time.
Okay, thank you. Anything else up here? Okay. I will close the public hearing. Thank you to leadership.
All right, thank you.
Okay, let's go back now to, let's get trustee Clerk Inyana. Yeah. We'll do the other, okay. Well, then we'll hold just a minute. Okay, we'll give trustee Inyana just a second to get her laptop up and. Okay, so we're going to go to item C, which is business items consent. Is there anything from consent that board members would like to pull? Seeing none, is it okay if we just approve consent? Yes, okay, so all consent items are approved. D, superintendent communication, do you want to give one? Does- Do you have anything in there that's urgent or that you want to? Okay, well, we'll have an abbreviated superintendent report.
Thank you. We'll just wait for the report to come up. Mhm. As we wait for the presentation to display, I am going to go through slides rather quickly in the interest of time. We're adjourning in 14 minutes, but I would like to share information from the presentation. So thank you for the opportunity. We'd like to begin the superintendent's report for tonight with a recognition of, next slide. In memoriam, we'd like to recognize the contributions of members of our school community who have passed away. Reggie Alexander, we regret to inform you, a retired warehouse worker recently passed away. Reggie worked for the school district for 27 years before retiring in 2005. He was the brother of Sandra Fisher, retired typist clerk at Neestrom Elementary, and the uncle of Adrian Ellis, paraprofessional at Ellahurst Elementary. We thank him for his contribution and dedication to our students, staff, and the West Contra Costa community. Our thoughts and prayers go out to the family and friends of Reggie Alexander. Please join me in a moment of silence. Thank you. Next slide. We'd also like to recognize Dolores Lita Casanares, I'm sorry to inform you that Lita, a former employee who served as an after-school program director at King Elementary School, has passed away. She began her career with the district as a substitute clerk and later in 1996 became the typist clerk at King Elementary. She retired from our school district in 2009. Our thoughts and prayers are with Natasha, her daughter, Philip, her son, and her family and friends. Please join me in a moment of silence. Thank you. I'd like to recognize our WCC USD scholarship winners. The Chevron Black Employee Network awarded 4 of our seniors with scholarships to begin their college journey. Nasa Fletcher from Hercules High, Gabriella Jacola from Middle College, Jazaria Youngston from De Anza High, and Latina Fasea from Middle College. It was my honor to join them on this occasion, and as a former scholarship winner in 1989, I am also a Chevron Scholarship recipient, and it was great to have a full circle moment to watch our students be awarded the scholarship that benefited me greatly in my college years as well. So congratulations to those students. Congratulations to Greenwood Academy. They've been officially named, give it up. They've been officially named a California Continuation Model School. Greenwood is being recognized as an outstanding program that provides comprehensive services to at-risk youth through exemplary instruction, flexible scheduling, guidance, and counseling services. The Greenwood team will be traveling to San Diego in late April to receive their award. We are very proud of our leader, Principal Phil Johnson, and his entire team at Greenwood Academy. Thank you for this achievement for our district. Next slide. Congratulations to our Chief Safety Consultant, Michael Booker. Michael Booker was honored last night at the City Council meeting. He is our Chief Safety and Emergency Preparedness Consultant, and he was honored for his exceptional service and dedication to our community. He's a former president of the Guardians of Justice. Booker served as Richmond's Police Lieutenant Commander and retired after 29 years of service, leaving a lasting impact on public safety and community relations. We are so proud of Mr. Booker. Next slide. We are also proud of our heroes, Miss Faye, Miss Carmen, and Miss Umemoto, for their service to our students in a special way. We want to acknowledge that not all heroes wear capes. Miss Faye is a teacher at Pinole Middle, and she saved the life of a student who was choking during the lunch period. She drew on her training and recognized and assessed the situation. She performed the Heimlich maneuver, saving the student. We applaud Miss Faye and her courage and her selflessness. Thank you, Miss Faye. We'd also like to recognize OPEC, Ms. Carmen and Mrs. Yumamoto from a Riverside student suffered a seizure on campus, and the paraprofessional and teacher assigned to support that student quickly enacted the care plan and ensured that our student was safe and well cared for during this emergency. We want to thank them both for their quick thinking and selflessness in supporting and caring for our young students. Next slide. Very quickly, and I think we can acknowledge this next board meeting. On March 7th, we will honor several staff members for the You Make a Difference Award. These awards are hosted by our Community Advisory Committee and the Special Education Department. And we will continue in our next meeting, we'll acknowledge these names individually. So congratulations to you. And the event is March 7th, right here at Dijon from 7 to 9. Next slide. Just want to reiterate that the budget is, we remain focused on ensuring the fiscal health of our district, and we're working really hard to navigate our current budget realities. We are committed to transparency throughout the process and will continue to provide regular updates to our board, staff, and community. Next slide. We just wanted to uplift the immigration policy and principal and operations trainings that we've held in order to ensure that our community is ready and steadfast in our commitment to support all of our students and ensure that our schools continue to be a safe, welcoming, and supportive space during these difficult times. Next slide. We will host actually Richmond High is hosting a Know Your Rights training on March 5th at 6 p.m. via Zoom. So please, if you're able to join and learn about how to exercise your rights it's a free immigration community workshop. Next slide. This slide highlights our graduation dates. Graduation season starts March 17th. With a reclassification ceremony and extends through June 14th with an extended learning graduation in July as well. We will continue to publicize these dates over the coming months. Next slide. This is information for the community that there's a Global Ambassador Program. There's a trip to China happening in the summer. We're publicizing this for any of our community members that might want to take advantage, and this slide will come back in a future presentation. Next slide. Our Richmond Promise Scholarship is open. We encourage our youth to apply for this scholarship and receive $1,500 each year and get support for college. The applications are due by March 14th, so please apply. Next slide. We want to uplift our new family enrollment and remind families and community members that enrollment for the 25-26 school year is open. Next slide. This is our flyer in Spanish. And again, we like to end our superintendent's report with a reminder of our parent advisory committees and encouragement to our community to please consider attending these meetings and have your voice heard in our engagement formats. Here are more committees that you can be interested, that you can enjoy and join in. Thank you so much for your attention. And that concludes the superintendent's report.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for the superintendent? No? Okay, we have 6 minutes remaining. Do we want to make 1 minute final comments from the board? Or do we want to call it? Does anybody have anything to say? No? Okay. Then we will skip, or nobody has anything to say. That's item G. Moving to item H, the next scheduled Board of Education meeting is March 12th, 2025, right here at Lavonia Dijon Middle School. And I am adjourning the February 26th, 2025 meeting at 11:24. Good night, everyone.